Hello, hello, hello. So, I got my piles in here, and I want to create with some of my stuff. I have it, I gotta use it and start creating with it. Right? You know, you have a tendency to have all this stuff. And we don't do anything with it. So I'm going to. Oh. Ah. Let's see what else I got in over here. Alrighty, let's see. What do I want? Okay. Oh. I'm gonna put these aside for now. I want this. That's cute. I want to see. Hi, Sandy. Good morning. How are you? Oh, hi, Steph. I couldn't sleep. I tried. I've been fighting it for 2 hours. So finally I said, yeah, no. Can't fall asleep, you get up. You create. So here I am. So I got these cute little boxes. There are, I call them pizza boxes, but I don't know if they are actually, if they're a pizza box or not. But I think they're cute. And I'll put one here together. That's what they look like. I think they're cute. So I'm going to decorate it. So just, I got this waxy. I'm trying to figure out if it's got to be that side. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to paper down book page. Man, that'll look pretty good. I actually just want to do the edge. So I think I should cut it. I want to just do that. Huh. Yes, I am sorry I didn't answer you. It was a constant barrage of mess. I'm not saying for you, but we were supposed to go tubing today, but Diamond changed the time. So I was dealing with that, trying to figure out what me and Scott were going to do because Scott's at work. And then finally Scott called me about midnight. He's like, no, just tell the kids to go without us. She moved the time up from 10:30 to 9:30. Husband don't get home until 7 in the morning. And yeah, so we're going to do it another day. Plus, we're supposed to be get hit with bad weather. And my philosophy is, on that aspect, they say it's coming in at one time. I don't want to be in the middle of a river and the storm all of a sudden shows up early. So, yeah, it was a busy night for me. Busy night. I'm going to bend that back. Oh, but it didn't stay. Yeah, yours will probably get out Thursday or Friday. Yeah. Friday and Saturday, the latest. I'm hoping my finances allows it. But it should be able to. I should be able to get it out this week. So I want that. Oh, good on the side. That's cool. I think my lettering's backwards, but it's is. Son of a gun. I might have to redo this. Yep. This is me being a bonehead. Let me flip it up. My letter's going the wrong direction, but oh well. I'm just not gonna. It's my first one. I'm not gonna worry about it. Second one, I'm gonna get a little bit more precise. That's gonna bug me. Yep. It's gonna bug me. So I'm gonna redo it. Isn't that weird? Little things like this will bug the living hell out of me. Yeah. Will definitely bug me. I'm gonna peel it up and do it right. Oh, cool. I was waiting the packages today. I had to slim down on a lot of my packaging. So I have everybody's packaged and ready. I started weighing the stuff today and it was like $8 to ship. So I had to redo. That's too pricey out of my price range to ship. Sorry. Yeah, that's too much. So sorry. But I did a fair amount, but yeah, it was like $8 by the time I did everybody's weight and shipped and saw it. And I was like, yeah, I gotta redo these packages. By the time I did everybody's that I was supposed to ship up, I was almost up to $40. I couldn't do it. Yeah. Yep. But there's a fair amount in my packages. Because I have a swap I gotta get out. The Christmas and July swap. And also, yeah. I was like, just for a bunch of paper. You did prepaid, flat rate envelope. Damn, girl. And I guess you paid about the boat what I was gonna pay. Okay, now let's see. That folds up, so I gotta have the writing this direction. So that folds up. So I'm going to do, here we go. Like that. Okay. Boom. That would bug the living hell out of me. It didn't even last. I'm like, have to do it again. Can't have the writing backwards. Hi, Tammy. All right. Now let's see. Yes. The writing's going in the right direction this time. Okay. Now I'm happy. Yeah, I tried going to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I gave up. I was watching Two Broke Girls, and then I was watching Court TV and Court TV, and I'm like, you know what? I need to go get my creative juices flowing. Time to get out of bed. Yeah. What I'm going to create, I have no idea. This is a pizza box that are from Stampin' Up. I thought they're kind of cool. I found them at Goodwill. See, I know. And I have it bad. And I'm a crash and burner, okay? That's what I always called it. I'll crash and burn. All right, there we go. That goes in like that. That'll go in like that. And that's on the side. Cool. I mean, personally, would you guys decorate the side? I'm just curious. This is what it's kind of looks like. I'm doing the top, and that'll be on the side. Would you do this side like that, or would you just leave it white? And just do the top. Because I will be doing just top. Would you leave the sides white, or would you do the side? I'll be doing this side, this side, this side. I'll be doing the flap. It's a lot of work. Not a lot of work, but no. I think I might paint the next one and just, ouch. Make life simpler. I mean, paint the box. And just, who knows? I never know. The other way. Okay. Painting or waxing it would be fun. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna ruin this poor box. Yeah, I think the next one I'll just paint and decorate the top of it. Maybe put a little lace around it or something. I have kids backpack school giveaway running on my channel. Missy, go enter. Okay, Tammy, I'm going. I will. Yeah. Riley's the only one we can't find a backpack. I should say, their godmother's mother buys the kids backpacks this year, every year for their birthdays. But Riley asked for something else, so she didn't get a backpack. Yeah, they're not even in stores. Sue ordered the kids Coda and Allie's on Amazon, but I know a little boy across the street from Diamonds that I got it up. I'll watch it after. If I did happen to win it, I'll share it out too. Here, I'm gonna put it right in here. So if somebody's watching this, Tammy Passions, it's right here, has a back to school backpack giveaway. There we go. Paste. Boom. Say I did be the lucky person that may have won it, I would give it to the boy across the street from Diamond and Sam's. I feel sorry for him. I don't know. I don't know the whole situation in the household over there, but if some kid in that neighborhood is being neglected, it's this little boy. And Diamond goes, I feed him all the time, Mom. He's always hungry. And I'm like, probably because he's not getting fed at home. And I was like, and police has been there, social service has been there, and the child's still living with the mom and the stepdad. We were impressed that they actually bought a pool, but then I look over there, the adults are in the pool, and the kid's sitting outside the pool, and I hear him ask his mom, "Can I get in the pool?" She's like, "No, this is for the adults." And Diamond's like, "Yep, it's all the time, all the time." I'm like, So when you want to go slap somebody, I'm sorry. If you guys know what I mean. Yeah. And one night he was out. Me, Scott, and Diamond, what the hell were we doing? We were out pretty late. They had no kids. No kids at all. We're all crashing at Diamond's. Scott was, we were just out. And he's out at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And Diamond goes, "Where's your mom?" And he's Coda's age. He's only like 6 years old, 7 years old. I don't know. She goes, "Who's home with you?" "Nobody." So Diamond's like, come on in. We called the cops that night, though. I told Diamond, you can't keep doing it. I get you don't, but you gotta. But nothing, it seems, I don't understand if it's a native system. I have no idea. They are natives, so I don't know. But, last year Diamond bought him tennis shoes for school because his toes were sticking out of his shoes. Luckily, Diamond goes, because she didn't let Coda play with him for the longest time because he is mean. Okay? God, I can't even think that kid's name right now. And I said to Diamond, do you think he's acting out because he doesn't get attention at home, so he acts out to get attention? She goes, I never looked at it that way. I'm like, yeah, he's probably acting out because he's not getting attention at his house, so he acts out with other kids because he doesn't know any difference. I said, you start paying attention to him a little bit, I guarantee that goes away. So she started. And she says he's been nice. He's a nice kid. He plays with Coda really well, and Coda's got the gadgets, where he doesn't. And so what Diamond lets, because Diamond usually doesn't like too many kids in her house, but she lets him in to play video games. She even lets him in when Dakota's not even home. I said, there's a reason for kids that act out, that are mean and hateful when they're little, especially at 7 years old. So Diamond told me she's a crackhead. So that's what Diamond said about his mom. She's a crackhead. So, yeah, if she is, drugs come first, and I don't understand why the system's not helping this child. But I guess I don't know. But I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. Because nobody in the neighborhood wanted that kid around. Nobody. And I watched him one day when I was there. And he's sitting on his side. He lives on the other side of the street than Diamond and Sam, staring over at Diamond and Sam's house as we're grilling out. And I said to Diamond, what's with that kid over there? And that's when she told me that he comes over and he's always hungry. That's the first time says he's always hungry. He asks Coda all the time, can you go get me something to eat? And of course, Coda, sure. And I told Diamond, I get if you don't have it. I understand if you don't have the food, but you do. And she goes, so feed him a peanut butter sandwich. She goes, but he's mean, Mom. I said, he's probably mean because he's acting out because it's the way he gets attention, I said, never let that kid go hungry. I don't care if it's a peanut butter sandwich. Never let him go hungry. Because my kids have never experienced, and I told them, you've never experienced being a child that's hungry. She goes, no, I haven't. I said, exactly. You know why that is? She goes, because you have. I'm like, exactly. I said, there was times before my parents divorced where my mom was stuck on a dead-end road, and my dad disappeared for 3-4 days because he was a drunk. I said, and she was too proud to go ask her uncle for any help that lived down the road from her. I said, and she'd make do. I remember, I told Diamond the story. I said, do you remember the story about the cornflakes? She goes, yeah. My mom, we had cornflakes. I remember this. She took the milk, what was just left in the milk, put water in and shook it up so the water looked cloudy so we could have cornflakes. It was 90% milk. We had where she took flour and made something and made a gravy, and that's what we had for dinner. So I told them, and I said, never let that child go hungry. She doesn't. She feeds him at least 3-4 times a week, she told me. At least, she goes, I she feeds him. I said she'll look over and his mom won't be home. Nobody will be home. And so now, ever since Diamond started doing it, all the neighbors are doing it. And I said, my mom came over bitching, and a couple weeks, Diamond told me she came over yelling and screaming at all of us about feeding her kid. And Samantha, or was Elizabeth? Elizabeth said, then take your duty and feed the kids. Feed your own, if you were home taking care of your son, he wouldn't be over asking for food from us. And that's not the kid's fault. That's not his fault. That's the parents' fault. Well, now some lady comes over once a week and there were kids here too asking the cooks for leftovers in school, and it was told to the churches. Yeah. Yep. That's what Diamond says. There's this program that when COVID happened, you could go up the road to the local, each little area in Oneida on the res has a center, or like a kid, it's like a boys and girls club, but it's on the res. And each little, because they map it out and they have them section 1 through whatever. So each little area has a center. And they were giving out food for the kids during the summer, and actually during the whole COVID. And they decided to keep the program because they found out a lot of kids go home hungry. And so Diamond told this lady, and so did the other neighbors, because what the neighbors did during COVID is they would go every other. There's like 3 moms, and they all had kids under the age where you have to load up the kids and go get this. So what they did is they asked if they could share the duty of coming and getting the little food for the kids. I think there was 15 kids on that little block section. Let's see, Sam and Samantha have 7. Diamond has 4, so that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Elizabeth has 1, that's 12. The lady next door to Diamond has 3, 13, 14, 15 kids that they were picking the food up for during COVID. So the mothers would rotate, so they didn't have to load up all the kids to go down there. And they'd just go pick it up, and they'd have it by household. But they put the little boy across the street on the program. And they're like, we need the parent, because you had to go in and first sign up for it or something, Diamond said. And then Diamond said, you'll never get that parent to come and do that. She won't do it. So they just did it. And Diamond and the rest of the ladies in the neighborhood, the moms in the neighborhood, would pick up that food, that little, 57, yeah. Like Diamond says, she goes, I didn't need it, but they had other activities during that for the kids too. I always tell my daughter, because the school provides it now too. The kids come home with little lunches in their backpack. I discovered quotas, after the fact. So Diamond, because they had activities each week, a new activity for kids in a book. It was really, I have to say that about the natives tribe up here. They're pretty good with their kids. But I just feel sorry for that little boy across the street. Damien, that's his name. I think it's Damien. I don't see him enough to remember his name. Just feel bad by saying it, but I don't see him enough. I think it's Damien. I hope to have that Diamond. But it's sad. I just think it's so sad. I'm one of these. If you don't want to take care of your kid, why don't you find somebody that will? If you're not going to but she wants to keep the money she gets from us. That's what it is. At least that's what the rumor is in the neighborhood, because his biological dad died, and so she's getting his benefits. He's for the money. But he's been gone most of the summer. Diamond's like, yeah, he's been gone. They think that he's been at the grandparents, because I haven't seen him. Because I asked Diamond, where's Bobo? And she's like, he's been gone most summer. We think that the biological his dad's grandparents have him. Is it permanent? She goes, nobody knows. He was here and Diamond says we didn't see him for like 3 days, that we called the police for a welfare check. And he's at the grandparents, so they don't know if it's for the summer or permanent. And Diamond goes, not to be mean, but I hope he goes there permanently. And she goes, not because he's it's because he would be better off. And I'm like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm definitely going to paint it. I know a buddy of mine, Paul, he works at the church. Well, he actually got fired for this. I don't know if it's just, I don't know. I don't want to say the religion, but the most religious religion in the country that has the most money is the best way I can put it. He was a janitor there. Okay. And he had to take care of all that and with the cooks, and they were just throwing it away. And Paul's like, why are we throwing this food away? Why are we throwing this milk away? This is still useful. And so Paul, knowing I have grandkids, would bring the little cartons of milk home. And like the little bag, because everything in the schools are all in these little bags, like apples, carrots, fruit, whatever. And that would be going in the garbage. So Paul would bring it. He'd grab it and he'd give me the milk in these little bags full of fruit and vegetables for the grandkids. And some of the cooks would be taking it home too, And well, they found out Paul got fired, and so did some of the people in the cafeteria. Yep. And I was like, I can't understand why we can't donate it like to the Boys and Girls Club. There's nothing wrong with it. And I go, yeah. I said, we are the country of waste. I said, go behind Walmart once. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I was at you were getting our car fixed, and how our the garages at our Walmart to put tires on is on the side of Walmart, and we had to park on the back side of Walmart, and that had a trailer just chock full of food. And I asked the mechanic, like, what the hell's with that? He goes, oh, it's expired or almost expired, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh my God. He goes, yeah. Yep. He goes, and if I walked over and grabbed a box out of that trailer, that's stealing. I'm like, that's just crazy. No wonder our landfills are packed. Yep, nothing was recycled. None of the food boxes, nothing. Just thrown in this trailer. All right, it blew me away. Scott said I should have took pictures, but I don't want to. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to get on camera. Yep, I'd have been on camera. Yep. I was just blown away by that. There's kids starving and got that food. They could donate that. We have a thing called here in town called Paul's Pantry. This guy that used to own Frigo Cheese. I don't know if you guys where you are, if you know Frigo Cheese. Well, when he retired and sold his company, he chose to have this food pantry. And he worked with some stores to get like day-old bread, stuff like that. And it's been, God, I'm like 29, 49. I bet you it's 40. It's 40 years old. Yeah, and Walmart will not do it. Walmart, of all the stores here in Green Bay, Walmart will not contribute to Paul's Pantry. And they don't even have to drop it off. The truck, they have trucks that will go pick it up. Yep. Target will donates. Local little grocery stores, companies. Yep. Yep. Exactly. But yeah, Walmart will not. And the reason I know this is a really good friend of my mom's from my childhood actually works there. She's one of the few paid employees that run Paul's Pantry. And the man has passed away, and it's still kicking. He passed away years ago because they had a big celebration. Because when Xavier was in middle school, my son is not a troubled kid, thank God. But it's snowing, and my son's not a troubled kid, but he's a lazy kid. That makes sense. I think it was the age, but he went to help with Scott the night before to snow blow Grandpa's yard. He was learning how to snow blow. Okay. Well, Scott's dad gave Xavier a pocket knife. Okay. And he told Xavier's dad, or Xavier's grandpa, his grandfather told him that when you work, you should always have a pocket knife on you, just in case you need it. Cut your glove out of the snow blower, or just something. I don't remember the details. All I know is he gave Xavier this pocket knife that was his. He had it for years. He gave it to his grandson. We go home. Xavier gets up the next day, goes to school. He forgets the pocket knife in his pocket. He puts on the same pair of jeans. That's where the laziness comes from. He should have put a clean pair of jeans on. I probably would have washed the pocket knife. Well, when he realizes at school that he has his pocket knife in his pocket, he gets freaked. So what's he do? He takes it out of his pocket, and he sticks it in his backpack. Another student sees it and turns him in. Well, they don't tell kids. And even the judge said this. They don't tell kids if you accidentally come with something to school, just come and go to the office and say, "Hey, I forgot I have my jackknife in my pocket." To the principal or somebody. It wouldn't have been a big deal. They called the liaison officer. There's a liaison officer at my kid's Xavier's school. I get a phone call that my son is in the liaison office, and I'm like, "For what?" So we get there, all we heard is a knife involvement, and the secretary made it sound really bad. And I'm thinking, what the heck? I'm thinking he got in some sort of knife fight, blah, blah, blah. I'm freaking out. I had to wake my husband up, who just worked the night before, to go get our son at school because he had some involvement with a knife. So I get there. He's outside the liaison office. And I look at him he's like, "I didn't mean it, Mom." And I'm like, I don't even know what's going on exactly, Xavier. Hang on. So we get in the liaison office, and he's telling me. And this is where even the judge said to the liaison officer, he could have made a judgment call. They charge my son with possession of a lethal weapon. Now you're talking a Swiss Army knife. That big. So it was just a little jackknife. It was red. It had the little cross on it. Yep. $200 and some ticket. The liaison officer gave him. He said he was honest. He told me he had it, blah, 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 and all this. And I'm like, well, if he told you he had it, then why are you giving him a ticket? You can keep the damn knife, I said then. And, oh, I have to, he says. I'm like, okay. Here's your paper. Here's the court date. We went to court. Scott went to court with Xavier, and the liaison officer had to be there. And the liaison, well, he was honest, and saying it was going to happen. And he asked Xavier, the judge asked the Xavier, "Why'd you bring the jackknife to school?" And he tells the judge, "Well, the night before," he says, "I was learning to snowblow with my dad and my grandpa, and my grandpa told me that when you snowblow, you should always have a jackknife on you, just in case something happens and your glove gets caught. You can take the knife out and cut it." Judge goes, "Yeah, that's a good idea." He goes, and then we went home. I went to bed, and I got up the next morning and put the same jeans on, and I forgot the jackknife was in my pocket. He goes, "Did you tell this to the liaison officer?" And Xavier goes, "Yeah." The judge kind of looked at the liaison officer and said, "Why did you ticket this kid for a deadly weapon?" He goes, and the liaison officer pulls out the knife because he had to be in court with it. And he goes, "You know what?" And I laughed. This was the funniest thing. You should have heard the people in the juvenile court laugh. He goes, "If he would have came and said to the principal, 'Hey, I accidentally brought my knife to school. What do I do?' They would have called me and told me to come and get it." Did it, okay? But they made it sound like he was hiding a deadly weapon. So the judge goes, he thought it was the dumbest. He just kind of, you could tell he wasn't pleased. He goes, "You know what, something?" And you see him kind of bend to his side, and he pulls out, and he's got the identical knife Xavier got from his grandfather. The judge had it in his pocket. He goes, "I guess I should pay this fine too." He goes, some stuff is getting ridiculous in these schools, I tell you. He says, "My day, every boy had a jackknife by the time they were 10 in their pocket." So he took the fine off, thank God. But he said, because he asked me, "Did you ground him?" I said, "No." I said I was going to, but then I thought it was ridiculous. I said that they could have handled it personally, I think, at school differently. They could have called me in, and not they suspended him for a week. I'm like, that. I said to the judge, "You know what really makes no sense to me?" He goes, "A $200 fine." He goes, "Yeah." I said, "And then a week suspension from school." I said, "And this is going to be on his record for a kid that accidentally brought his jackknife to school that he got from his grandpa the night before. It's not like he came on and was trying to hurt another child with it. I get there's rules, but it's not like he used it in any manner to hurt another child, another student, or anything." It's, judge agreed. So canceled out the fine, but gave Xavier 10 hours of community service wherever he chose, just so he had a little lesson. And again, he handed Xavier's jackknife back. The judge did. But back to Paul's Pantry. He needed to do that community service. And Xavier goes, "Where am I going to do community service?" So I call my mom friend Angie, and she's like, "Yeah, I'll bring him in. I'll sign a paper." She wasn't even going to make him do it. And I'm like, "No." I said, "I think it'd be good for him to have the experience of volunteering anyways." And she's like, "Okay. Your call." She says, "I'll sign a paper for that for your kid." She goes, "You don't even have to come in, That's Angie. And I'm like, "No, I think it'd be a good experience for him anyways to have that." And she's like, "Okay." Well, Xavier enjoyed it because he got to eat, my son. And I laughed so hard. He came home with, because they have candy and stuff, donated, and she put him in where they got a vat full of potatoes where you'd have to put 10 or 15 potatoes in a bag for people. He only had to do 10 hours. Angie signed this paperwork right away anyways. But he's like, "Mom, can I go back at least once a month or twice a month?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care." Angie said, "You can come anytime." And Angie actually lived where I didn't, because I don't drive. Angie lived only 3 blocks away from us, so she'd pick him up at least twice a month, and he'd go over there for the longest time. By the time Xavier had it, because I don't know if it's like this up by where you are, the kids here have to do community service for to graduate. They have to do so many hours for community service. It's part of the thing they have here in Green Bay. Xavier went to high school with all his community service hours already, because Angie was already documenting them every time he went to volunteer. She was already documenting, and so when Xavier hit high school, he already had his community hours. Yeah, the judge said it was ridiculous. He told the liaison officer, he goes, "This is why good kids turn bad, is because they get in a situation, and he goes, what? Because the judge asked, what would have happened if he would have went in the office and said, 'Hey, I brought my knife with the school. I didn't mean to.' Oh, we would have just called the parents." He goes, "So what's the difference if another kid tells on him? Did he take this out, aim it at another child? No." Yeah. He goes, "I think this was ridiculous. I'm $200 fine and a week's off of school." That's what I told the judge. I said, the 2 day week off from school. I said, I have a learning disability child. I said, a week behind of school. I wouldn't have got his work, because I'm like, I think that probably pissed me off more than anything, is because my son, being learning disability, can't afford to be behind. I even asked him, like, can he have in-school suspension where he sits in a room and does his work all day from the teachers? No. Nope. I was like, oh my, a week. That rule got changed, though. Because I took that one to the board. So now if you have a child with learning disabilities, like my son, you can't suspend them. They changed that policy. I was like, I said that when he got suspended by the principal. I'm like, he can't afford a week from school. Can I get his teachers to give his work? They weren't actually going to let me do that. I'm like, where's that a punishment? Well, I'm hoping you will make sure he gets punished at home. I said, I don't see no reason he should get punished for something he accidentally did. And then I got told something about being a parent and that blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah. I didn't like the school district side and I lived in. Plus, I think it was the fact that the principal at my son's school was one of Scott's teachers when he was in high school. So, Scott said, if you were his favorite type of student, you were, yeah, exactly. I could never understand either suspension from school. How that's a punishment. My brother used to get suspended all the time. My mom worked. How do my brother used to get suspended from school all the time. And I remember my mom saying, how can I do anything? I still have to go to work. Except one year she sent us he had to go by my grandpa and make wood. But he would have had to do that regardless. But yeah. But that's how I know about Walmart that doesn't donate their, food to the food bank. Because I went to a couple of times. I can't stand for long hours like my kid can. And they have no heat in this building, really. and I couldn't do it too often, and I saw a bunch of stuff come in, and I made a comment, does Walmart do this? And Andrew's like, nope, they're the only store in Green Bay that will not do it. I'm like, what? Ship. I mean, this food bank's the bomb because they get like fruit from the local store and they wash it all and they treat it or whatever with some sort of cleaner, and then they package it, repackage it up for the community families. This place, she told me, was serving over 500, at least over 700 to 500 families a month, easily. During the pandemic was worse, and still, because they were asking for donations. Yep. There, I got the side. I have to do the bottom, and then the top I'm going to decorate. Next one, I'm painting. It's too much of a paint. Yep. 1,500 families at Christmas, she told me. Over 1,500 families at Christmas they served. Oh, I got to do that right there. That's a lot of people. And this is a small community I live in. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like in a really big city. Mm-hmm. Now my son is a 24-year-old diesel mechanic and doing really well. Except he says it sucks on his back. So now we got him a back brace. I told him to get a back brace, and I ordered him a back brace because he didn't know what the heck I was talking about. And he said, since I got him that brace, it's helping his back. I'm like, get yourself a back brace. He's like, what the heck's a back brace, Mom? I'm like, never mind. Well, that don't help me. I'm like, I'm ordering you one right now. Sent it to his house, and he says, oh, that works so nice, Mom. Thank you. I'm like, yeah. I said, his back doesn't hurt as much anymore when he's bending over the semis. He loves being a mechanic. He loves it. The only thing he said it sucks was his back hurt all the time. You know what? I'm a dummy. I just did the top of the lid. And I didn't mean to, but that's okay. I have to do this part. It's all right. Yeah, I'm definitely painting this box. I'm not. Oh, get out there. Prototype, my first one always. All right. Of course, I got not a big piece. Yeah, you can tell it's late. I'm doing weird tunes in my head. Like I told Sabrina, we were talking last night. I don't remember. And my grandpa had and my mom are taking books that are already falling apart. Yeah, see, this is an old dictionary. I found it in a free box at a garage sale because the cover was off it. I mean, as you can see, I use it. I just grab it when I do my jelly plating, and I end up using these eventually. Oh, they're stuck together. And then I rip out them when I need it, and I stick this stuff back in. But I was talking to Sabrina. I don't know how the hell we got on the subject. Oh, and I'm like, I know my elevator don't go all the way top. I said, it hasn't gone all the way to the top since the day I came out to breathe fresh air. And she goes, what? I said, yeah, my thought process. I've always been strange or weird or different. I said, my grandfather used to tell me all the time. Because I'd get told, you're not normal. I used to get picked on viciously and get told I'm not normal. And my grandpa would say, you are normal. That's how God created you. So your elevator don't go all the way to the top. And that's what he'd say to me. Not knowing the meaning behind my elevator not going all the way top. But I probably, and I think about it, now that I realize and I read more about it, I probably have I'm probably got some form of autistic in me. Because when Coda was tested and stuff, I was reading and I'm like, oh, it's like the light bulb come on. So I probably have a little bit of autistic in attention, and definitely attention deficit. I told them I don't have attention deficit disorder because I can pay attention, but it all depends on what type it is. But I know I have learning disability and I have dyslexia because I was tested for that in school. And I probably still have that as an adult. I don't think that ever goes away. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure. Oh. I probably have a slight form, but my grandson, he's autistic, but very low. I forgot how they classify it. You'd never tell it, though. I don't. Low spectrum, I guess they call it. He's on a low. And so I am going to make the top of the book look vintage. And I'm going to kind of take some vintage photo around the edges of this. As soon as I trim here or there. And if I rip it, I don't really matter. I want that look rough, gagey look, grungy kind of look. Anyways, and I should have been smart. I shouldn't have glued this, but I glued it, but I'll work with it. Anyways, so I glued that. I should have waited and then did it all. I'm curious. Maybe I can open it. You're not going to see it. Anyways. Yeah. I don't know. I reopened it. Okay. I'm unique. I'm unique. Oh, that's. Mm. Yeah. My dad used to work at a recycling plant, Tammy. Started out working at a pickle plant when I was a kid, and then situation, he left the pickle plant, worked at a local recycling plant, and you know what? He knew I loved to read. I love reading. And I can read history to romance novels, and he'd have vats of books come in. So he'd bring me a mess load of books. What really got me, so I said to my dad, why are the covers off these books? Because they'd rip the cover off of them. He goes, yeah, because so that you can't resell. And I'm like, why don't they give them away? I mean, I get the purpose of recycling. Don't get me wrong, but and then he'd bring me some that were perfectly fine, nothing wrong with them. So like, I said my dad worked recycling. My father-in-law worked in paper mills like my husband. I never had to go without toilet paper, paper napkins, or paper toweling because my father-in-law gets it. My husband gets it, and my dad would get it from Family Dollar and General Dollar because the packagings would the plastic packagings would be open, and the whole box. They felt one in like that, you couldn't put it on the shelf. He brought me a case of toilet paper. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with this toilet paper, Dad? He goes, nothing. The box got open. Nothing was wrong with the packages except the top of the box where you would remove the tape. Oh, yeah, he was telling me all sorts of stuff that came through there. I wish he worked there today because I miss getting the paper. Like printer paper, cardstock, colored paper. Oh, yeah. I miss him retired from there. I'd say, hey, Dad. He'd be like, what? I said, I need some paper for the kids. Yeah, notebooks. Yeah. I'd tell my dad, hey, I need some paper for the kids to write on. He'd bring me a mess load. I wish he worked there now because of Riley. He brought me a big roll, probably the size of my craft table. Actually, Scott's going to cut it for me. I made a comment. I'm like, do you think you could cut that roll of paper? I mean, I've had this, I bet you. Let's see, Allie's 11. I've had this big roll of paper that he brought me. I mean, it had to be like this wide. It's not wider. That sucker was heavy. It took Scott and Xavier to carry it in the house. It's brown, like paper bags. That's probably what they used it for, he said. And I've unrolled this section to cut it and let the kids just go nuts in the driveway. But I got that easel from that was on down the road on the neighbor's curb, and I knocked on the door. I'm like, are you getting rid of that? Yeah, he says we're missing parts for it. I just hate discarded stamping. Cover the books with big tape. Yeah. And so I took it home. Scott realized all he needed was a wooden dowel, and then to fix it, it was easy fix. Well, I have a roll of paper, probably the size of Tim Holtz mat, that goes on a spindle in the center. When I looked this up and found it was Duggan's Melissa, whatever toy brand, that thing was like $70 brand new. And so right now I have that roll of paper, and all she does is kind of bring it down, and I'm rolling it on the back side underneath the easel. So once she's done, because she doesn't rip it, she just pulls it down after she paints. I'm going to roll it the other direction so she can paint on the other side, and then we'll recycle it. But I said to Scott, yeah, I said, you know that big roll of paper downstairs that I've had for years? He goes, yeah. I said, is there a way we could cut through that? I said, so that when Riley uses this paper up, I have another roll for her? He goes, yeah. I'll take it over to blah, blah, blah. And something buddy of his that got one of those big ass saws. He goes, I'll just go zoom through it. And I'm like, cool. I said, he's like, that's a good idea, baby. I'm like, thank you. Sometimes I can think of something. But the stuff my dad would, they're going through his recycling notebooks. I remember he brought me a bunch of notebooks for kids for school. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm like, what's wrong with them? He goes, they changed the name, I guess. He couldn't tell me because yellow Lego pads. Yep. I'm like, why don't they like donate it to like a thrift store or something, or bring it to a school that has students that can't afford school supplies. My dad say, I don't know. He goes, they do that, it'd be out of a job. That's what he tells me. But he saw my point. I miss him there, though. He retired, so I don't get that like I used to. I guarantee he has a friend there if I really wanted to. Call him and tell him I need paper for Riley to come. You know what I do? If I do get junk mail letters, I keep the paper. I keep the letter and letter draw on the back of it, and then I recycle it. You know, you get those stupid letters for insurance, and it's one piece wrote on the front, and the back side's a plain piece of paper. Yep. I have a bag full of that for Riley. She don't care. She paints on it. Draws on it. Because she always wants my white computer paper. And I'm like, no. No. I even have the neighbor guy that Tim collects one day we were outside and she was doing that and he's like, is she writing on junk mail? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, do you want he gets a lot. And I'm like, so all he does is if it has like any really delicate information, he blacks it out. I said, I shred them all anyways. He goes, you do? I said, yeah. I said, if I kept every picture that she drew for me or painted on, I said I would become a hoarder. So, I think it's an elderly thing. I really think they target the elderly. Because I get a lot from my father-in-law, too. I want the envelopes. That's Tim said. I have. I don't even remember who sent it to me. That's bad. I think it was Arlene. A vanilla folder, office folder, I call them, full of envelopes from junk mail that was sent to me. I can't find it in this crafter because I wanted to do something with it. I'm gonna make me a note because I want to look for that. That's twice I thought of that during a live. Okay. What the hell? 260, 273, 25 in August. Wonder what the hell that was about. 262.73, $25 August. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't remember writing that. So, and I just came across this pad again, so it's been a while ago. Look for my envelope package. I think it's fell behind my printer. Okay. That's what I think it is. You get tons of junk mail? See, I really don't get junk mail. Oh, I have boxes full of them. I hang on to them. And then what? When our basement flooded, I was worried about that stuff. I ran downstairs as soon as Scott told me the basement was flooded to save the kids' artwork from school. And you want to see a person cry? Yeah, I cried. It was all gone. I was so mad. Oh, I was so mad at my neighbors. I went off on my landlord. I went off on them. They turned the sump pump off, so our basement flooded. Yeah. And the room, we have a bathroom downstairs. That you walk in and it's just like space underneath the step. I'm surprised nobody put a closet there. And I had all of it stacked. You know, stuff. Holiday was stacked there. The kids' stuff was stacked there because it was out of the way. Yep. And my kids' and I had them in like banana boxes. I didn't have them in Rubbermaid. And yeah, because you're talking by the time me and Scott discovered the basement flooding, it was past March, probably halfway up to my knee. In the bathroom so it was pretty high. Went right through those boxes, sucked it. So I took pictures. Tried to save as much as I could of the kids' artwork, but now I don't save them. I take pictures of the grandkids when they make me something. I save it for a while, and then I take pictures of it. But yeah, when the kids showed up to help us get the basement cleaned up because it was such a disaster. I hear Scott go to the Diamond or Zebra. I don't remember which one was here. He goes, and they were like, "Where's Mom?" Scott goes, "The last time I checked downstairs crying." And they're like, "Why?" And he goes, "You'll see." They're like, "Mom, don't worry about it. We're older now." And I'm like, "It's not the point." Luckily, my mom's scrapbooks I had up on a table. I would have never put them on the floor or near it anyways, but yeah. Okay, we're going to bend that. Actually, bend them in. Okay. Come on, stick. Jesus. It's got to be the humidity in my house. Nothing wants to stick tonight. Okay. All that and it doesn't want to stick. All right. Y'all. Alright. That. Okay. Poor little box. Yeah. It's more me sentimental. They weren't as got me as I was more sentimental over it than they were. They were like, oh, they laughed at the stuff I kept in their pictures, but they were like, okay. They went through it. And they have. I'm like, you guys, I hung on to it. You want it? And they're like, Mom, you can throw that away. I don't want it. Yep. So a lot of it went away. They didn't. A lot of it was ruined, but a lot they didn't hang on to. That's why I said I only can picture when they go through my craft room and the day they have to. They're going to be like, what the hell did she hang on to this junk for? I'm going to have to fill a dumpster up. Why'd she keep this? I can see it now. And I'm still here. See, I'm thinking I might actually glue that. So that flaps. That's all right. Yeah, I think I will. I lost all my. I had my Holly hobby in my room till I was like 13 years old. And then everything, I went rainbow crazy, you know? And my mom said you should hang on to that stuff. Because she's like, don't give it away. You know, she knew I was going through that stage. And she goes, you might want to do that someday and give it to your own daughter. And I'm like, oh, if when you have children. I'm like, oh, okay. So I boxed it all up, put it in the storage shed we had. A week later, storage shed got on fire. I lost all my stuff. That storage shed went up like, and my brothers used to smoke on the back porch because they weren't allowed to smoke in the house. And we think that one tossed a cigarette and it ignited enough against the shed. Started a shed, and I lost my Holly Hobby Law, my Raggedy Ann and Andy. Yeah. My bedspread. I mean, I had everything Holly Hobby, the curtains, the bedspread, the little knickknacks. There was, you name it, I had Holly Hobby. The dish, I had the little dish set. I had the little stove, the everything. You know, I had it all. And yep, it went bye-bye in a fire. There was nothing. You couldn't save any of it. It was so. Because by the time my brother got a garden hose to try to put the fire out, it was too hot, and then the fire department showed up, and yeah, the shed was gone. Alright, got my little box. Got a vintage. I think I like how it looks. Kind of got it rough going on. We're not going to worry about that. Okay. Pretty good. I made a journal with Holly Hobby. She was one of my faves. Have you ever seen mine? Let me get mine. I need to figure out a different way. I have to finish it for one. Ooh. So I had my book from Sabrina. I bought a book, identical, well, not identical, same story, different cover. And I'm like, I may want to use it. So Sabrina felt pity on me for my birthday. She sent me another Holly Hobby book, so I could destroy one and still have one. But this is mine. It is gator mouth. I have to find a different way to make an enclosure, though. I made it from the book. And I laminated the book pages itself. And then I did little pockets. Got the little cards. And I have little boy cards like this, and I can't find them. It's driving me crazy. This is the deck of cards because I made them journal cards. It's a decorator. I got the paper dolls. It's more of a showpiece. I'm not ever going to use it. It's too cute to use. And so I kept a story. The tag. That's made out of that material. I'll show you another thing, Tammy, you're going to flip out. It's my most expensive stamps in my whole craft room. My little tags here and there, pockets. I have fun making it. It sits in my craft room as a showpiece. But I do want to. So I was going to use the cinch to cinch this, and the rings weren't big enough. I did the little flip thing. So I used the material to enclose it. It's not my best work, but it's mine. You have Flintstone stamps? Cool. Okay. The material I have now. Yeah, I know it's adorable. Except it's kind of gator mouth because it's so tight here with all the ribbon. But it's mine. It's a showpiece. It's mine. All that matters. That is a Tina. That is mine to stay mine. But all right, we're gonna the most expensive stamps I have in my collection. And I had to order these from the UK, and I bought from one seller, and she was nice enough because I told her I can only buy a couple each month, and if it was cheaper just to wait to have them shipped to me all at once, or do them individual. There's 12 of them. She's like, I can hang on to them, and then when you get them all paid for, I can give you one price shipping instead of shipping 2 at a time, because every 2 weeks I would buy 2. And she's like, so I was so stoked when I found them. Holly Hobby stamps. Oh, there are the cards. Why didn't I think of that? I was looking for these a couple weeks ago because I wanted the little boy. Haha, see, open the box and find what you're looking for. Is the Holly Hobby stamps. In every one of these stamps, I used to have the little figures, little metal figures of these. Every one of them. I was so stoked when I found these. But I paid like $15 a piece, UK. Yep. $15 a piece I paid for them. And then I got some of the little girl odd ones in here. I shouldn't call them odd, but they're they kind of look like Holly Hobby, but not Holly Hobby. And then this one is from a magazine. Yeah. I bought these. I don't remember where I got these, but they were $3. They're probably from some sale, and I thought they reminded me of Holly Hobby kind of, so I had to buy them. It's like I got a future pocket letter coming up. I hope you guys go watch our Wednesday pocket letter videos because I'm funny in them. Okay, and there's one coming up probably in about 3 weeks because I got all my pocket letters done until October. And there's a pocket letter I did in there, and it's so funny because I realized something when I went to do it. I'm gonna let you know. You guys are gonna have to watch them to see, but how things change from our childhood to something else. But hey, I found them. I can make them now. Because I wanted to make little boy journal cards for my book, and I couldn't find these. I don't remember why I was looking for these not long ago. Well, at least now I know. I'm surprised I didn't check my box, personally. But yeah, that's my most expensive stamps in my craft room. I will be right back. Already. Okay, I'm back. I have to go potty. And yes, I wash my hands. Hi, Sabrina. So I did the box. It's covered. Good morning, Sabrina. Except doesn't want to stay stuck. Wow. The glue ain't sticking to this box. It's irritating the hell out of me. That was glued shut and it came up. Look at that. So I'm going to double-sided tape it. That was just, it's got to be that, all my paper's coming up, guys, on this box. I'm not going to, you know what? I'm not even going to waste because all of it's peeling off. It's got to be that glossy stuff inside this box. Look at that. Is just weird, ain't that? So it's got to be this gloss on the inside of the box that's causing that. Now the top is staying on. Yeah, it's the inside. I've never had that happen. That is just weird. I'm going to put, see if I can double-sided tape this puppy. That is weird. I've never had that happen. Do you guys ever have that happen? It's got to be the glossy. It's got to be. See, I'm not going to like this because I'm going to have to I'm not going to waste my time. Because I'm going to have to waste so much to get every angle on this. I'm going to figure this one out later. I'm going to start with a new one. So I got these at Goodwill. They're the mini pizza box. So it's glossy on the inside. I wonder, am I folding it wrong? So I'm folding it wrong as well. So the glossy's on the outside, guys. I folded it wrong. No wonder that didn't fold right to me. I'm not liking these. I don't know what these, how much these were when you first bought them, but it's crazy if you can't decorate them. I'm wondering if paint's gonna stick to these. I might not use these. I can't get the glue to stick to this. It doesn't pay for me to use them for what I want to do. Because I would be using a lot of double-sided tape. Man, I'm frustrated. Frustrated now. All right, I'm gonna waste this. Yeah. I won't be doing that to this one. I'm only gonna do this one because I got it all done. But I've never had that happen. That's just weird to me. I'm hoping I can line it back up right. And I got enough tape on here to keep it down. I'm going to have to test if I want to use paint. I wonder if I gesso. No. Yeah. Yeah, so now I don't know what I'm going to do. I thought it was just that particular piece. But dude, it's the whole box. The whole thing did it. the whole thing. So what's everybody doing this up this late or up this early? Hmm? You're not seeing me at my finest, that's for sure. The whole intention was to make like a vintage box. Was my intention using bingo and gets check. I should have just shoulda, coulda, woulda, did've. All right, where's that thing? I still can't believe that didn't stay. That blows me away. You know. So I don't know if paint will stick to that or not. I wonder why they would put the glossy on the outside and you know, flat on the inside. I did turn this one wrong and it still did work. My husband left his alarm clock on and went to work. Ah. Is you're like my husband? He doesn't get up at the first alarm. It's the third, fourth, fifth snooze button alarm. It's Scott. One day, like yesterday? Or no? Yeah. Yesterday afternoon. Because I was still up at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, guys. That's how bad my insomnia was yesterday. Scott got home from work, blah, 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 talked to him, came back in here, tried to go to sleep, and could not fall asleep. Got back up. It was almost 10:30, 11 o'clock before I laid back down. Okay? Finally fell asleep. Only for 2:30, and I'm on my own clock. I don't have no set clock, so I can do what I want, sleep when I want, and all that, okay? So I am finally sleeping. And, of course, Scott's on nights. He went to bed before I did, probably about 8 o'clock. And he woke up on his own. He forgot to turn off the alarm. So at 2 o'clock, when he had his clock set, 2:30, 3 o'clock, and he has his, so when it says 2:30 on the clock, it's actually 1:30 because he has our clock on our bedroom set an hour ahead. So you figure I went to bed about 10:30. Alarm went off. I look at the clock. It says 1:30. So it's actually 12:30. You would think I'd be tired, right? I am tired. You'd think I'd be, when I went to bed, that I would sleep. Yeah, right. Because here I am. Couldn't fall asleep. And I'm up. I'm a little off. Putting this on. See? Oh, I forgot to do the forgot to do it. I'm like, why ain't this sticking? Yeah, I'm not liking this. I can tell it already. Yeah. Thank you, honey. I'm like, I woke up, looked at him, and of course I'm up. Yeah. Wide awake. Yeah, see. I'll probably not finish what I was going to do to this because it's not turning out the way I want. People on YouTube need more support others all the time. I agree with that one, Tammy. Definitely. And quit hating on each other. I just don't get it. You know? I always think, man, we're a bunch of grown-ass women. Why are you people, you know, I see these channels once in a while that are really, really negative, and I'm thinking to myself, are we in high school? I'm not in high school anymore. I'm a grown-ass woman. You know, it's crazy. And I don't agree with somebody telling somebody else what they should do with their channel. It's my channel. I'm going to do what I want to do with my channel. And if I screw something up that's not your liking, get over it. You know, we're human. You know? It's like, I don't know if anybody watched my swap and glue share. I did, I went live, but I did a second one. I'll show you guys. And people may not like it, but I'm going to share it because I think it's the meaning behind it. I thought was good. When Sabrina sent me this stuff and I was looking at it going, what can I do with it? I came up with this, okay? Because she sent me a picture of Trump in the Fox News, okay? So I took all these words. It says, so I am, and that's coming from Trump about the news reporter. And I got nation, who's power hungry. Here's what happened. Billions. One day I caught a real, stood still as a statue. Criminal court cases are backlogged. Nationwide liar. Okay? Because my thought process, this man isn't our president anymore. I respect the establishment. Doesn't mean I have to like who's president, okay? But I'm thinking, we are so worried about, every time I turn on the news, there's something about Trump. The man's not a president anymore. I could give two craps what this man is doing. As long as he ain't doing something to harm to people, whatever. This is my thought process, and you guys don't have to agree, is we're worried about this man. And then I have voice, and I got an arrow going down, and it says the world, slow motion. I have the bird, I have this like map, I have a boy in a canoe, mountain scenery, wildlife, human. That we should be worried about what's happening to our world, okay? Not one man. And that's my thought process on this page. And he's always on the news for one reason or another. I don't watch a lot of news myself, but usually when I turn it on, like my husband watches it in the morning. And that's when I hear it. But on my thought process is, we're worried about one man, one ex-president, when we should be worried about the whole world and what's going on in the whole world. Does that make sense to you? That was my process of this. Yeah. I didn't mean to get political. I don't even know if you classify this political, but you get what I'm saying. So that was my second, because Sabrina sent me that picture as a joke. I don't think she expected me to actually use it. But yeah, that was my second one in the book. I can't wait to do another one. I pretty much used what I had from Sabrina. But my whole thing is I'm tired of people not caring about people. And it's not always about race. We need to care about the people. We need to care about people. All right, I'm off that now. I don't want to go down that path. But that was my process. And like I said, people can agree to disagree. I'm also one of these that people can agree to disagree. I know people that aren't talking because of politics. I'm thinking, seriously? You got family members that aren't talking because of all this. I'm like, that's just crazy to me. I don't talk to my mom's family for how they treated me after my mom passed away. I don't quit talking to your brother or whatever because of politics. Oh my God. Yep. I did. One thing I will tell you, I think it's bad is when you get asked to take down your United States flag in your yard, though. I got asked to take down my flag by people walking past my house last week. Did I tell you guys that? I was sitting outside, and this couple was walking, and they're like, do you know what that flag represents? And I'm like, yes, I do. It's the United States flag. Do you know what it really, and really cocky, you should take it down. And I'm like, the last time I checked, I rent this place. Not you. They wanted me to take down my United States flag. And then they did that. Disgusting. I'm a Trumper. I'm a Trumper. They looked at me and said I was a Trumper. And I'm like, what the hell's a Trumper? You probably voted for him. I'm like, it's none of your business who I voted for your information. And what's the United States flag got to do with Trump? We've seen what happened at the Capitol. And I'm like, just because you hold the United States flag does not make you a Trumper. But yeah, I couldn't believe that they asked me to take down my flag. And then a police officer did a drive-by like 10 minutes afterwards. I'm like, what the hell are the police going to do? They can't make me take down my flag. But yep, I was supposed to. It disgusted them. That's what they told me. My flag disgusted them. Then you know what I told them? Yep. I told them if they didn't like seeing the flag, maybe they should move to another country. That was my response. I was mean. I'll admit it. I mean, if go to a third world country, you'll come back as a friend of mine, Diamond's friend, told me. He's from Cuba. I think it's Cuba. Yep, walk the other way. Yeah. He said, let him go live where I'm. Let him go. He said, Cuba? We just had this conversation because I asked him where he was from. I want to say it was Cuba. He goes, because he's glad he's over here. Yeah, because Cuba's in an uproar right now, right? That's Cuba, right? I think. But he got, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he said, let all these people that are over here protesting in America go to a third world country where he's from. I don't remember where he's from. They'll run back to the nearest airport real quick. And he got I was blocked from a stream for voting for Trump. Yep. It's crazy. I think it's nuts. But he was very passionate about it. He says he tells them too. Because he's like, I tell him, you can go live where I came from. You'll get there and you'll hit the nearest airport to be back in no time. Because he became a United States citizen. What did he tell me? 2005? He did the whole thing. He was telling me the process. I never knew the process of that. And it's very interesting, the process to become a United States citizen. I never, why would I know, It's kind of cool what he was telling me. He's very proud of it. He pulls out he's got this little card. Okay. That states it. It's pretty cool. But yeah, he says he cannot stand when he hears these people don't say something about the United States. He says no country's perfect, but this country's a hell of a lot more perfect than where he was from as a child. So he came over as a child. He was like, I think he told me 15, 13. He didn't even, thing is, he never realized he wasn't a United States citizen until he went to go to school. And it took him that long to get citizenship because it's not easy. But, crazy. Just crazy. And he's very passionate man. No matter who is voted in the news, it's drama and we'll trust them. As I said, they're all idiots. I said, they don't care about us working class people. That's my philosophy. What really gets me, our governors, senators, and congressmen, even our president, shouldn't be millionaires and live in multi-million-dollar houses. And have million-dollar incomes for working for what? When you're have ice cream, delivered to your house during a pandemic and brag about it while people are starving. Sorry. I better get off this. Okay. Yep. I could get over that person asking me to take down my. Why are you flying that flag? I said, because actually, I fly the flag for 2 reasons. 1, I'm in the United States. 2, I fly the flag in honor of my grandfather who fought in World War II. On Veterans Day, I put my flag out and it hangs during all through summer. And then I take it down in the fall. I have my grandfather's flag that was on the Legion. Okay, not the one that was on my grandfather's coffin, but I have a flag they honored my grandfather from his Legion. It's the one that says it was not the rich that built this country, it was the blue collar workers. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But that's not the flag I hang outside because I have that flag in a box or in a flag box that a buddy of my uncle's made. Yep. But that's my way of honoring my grandfather who fought for the freedoms to all the men and women that fought and whose sons and daughters have died for this country or for other countries that have no affiliation with us or do somewhat, but die in a different land to help take care of those people. Tell me I take down my flag because it represents. I asked them, what does it represent? I'm like, okay, what does it represent? And they just stood there dumbfounded. I said, this guy, when I came in the house, he goes, what the heck was that about? And I told him, I said, they told me I should take down my flag because it's an embarrassment to the neighborhood. I'm like, I've never even seen them in my neighborhood. I don't know where they were from. But I'm like, well, then what does it represent that I should take that flag down? And they stared at me. They couldn't tell me. Tell me, I said to the one lady. And they're like 25, maybe between 25 and 30. I'm like, what's it represent to you? Why should I take it down? You give me your reasonings. And it just stared at me. I said to you, I'm supposed to take this flag down because of why? Huh? I think they knew not to even go there with me because a lot of probably totally went off and probably had the cops called on me. But they couldn't tell me. They could not legitimately tell me. Because I was waiting. And then he went up the road and told my other neighbor too. Yep. I said, what did they? And then that's when she asked me when her and her husband were walking, did you have a couple come here about 25, 30, tell you to take your flag down? I'm like, yeah. I said, I've never seen them in my neighborhood. So we're thinking they were dropped off to randomly walk neighborhoods and harass people. And I said, yeah. And then a cop drove by. She goes, because I called him. I'm like, oh, yep. So then I asked my other neighbor down the block that he has a big flagpole, man. And they said something to him too. So we have a feeling that they weren't from our neighborhood, that they were just walking the neighborhood, protesting their right. You can protest your right, step in my driveway because you're trespassing next. Yep, I'm military. Both my grandfathers served. My uncle served 35 years in the Air Force. Flew 2 presidents overseas. Because he didn't fly. He wasn't a pilot, but he was chief engineer on those big planes. And he had the honor of flying Clinton and Bush in his plane. He got to meet him. That was the cool part. There's pictures. He made the local news up here. My grandma was so proud that after a while, after it was said and done, because he asked if he could take pictures so he could send home to his mom, my grandma had to put it in the paper. She was so excited that her son got to meet a president. And Clinton bought him beer and steak after they landed. Yep. And then when they landed with Bush, it was ribs from some place in Texas and beer once they got back to stateside. that was kind of cool. You know, my Uncle Randy having that honor. You know, Clinton couldn't get over because my uncle, he asked my uncle how long he was in the Air Force. And see, my uncle did his 6 years, got out, couldn't find a job, hated being on welfare, volunteered at the kids center, and went back and enlisted. Had to go through that all over again, and then retired with 36 years under his belt. 2 days before 9/11, and he was headed home to come home and see us all, and he got told not to leave because they didn't know because of 9/11. And he laughs because he did 36 years total in the Air Force. Retired and got, and he said it's funny. He said he would have retired a hell of a lot earlier if he'd known he would have been hired to do the same job being civil and make more money. Because they didn't have anybody to fill his position. So he retired only to go back doing the same thing he did for the United States Air Force as a civilian and made more money. That says a lot how we treat he goes, that says a lot how we treat our military. Yep. And now he's fully retired. So he retired twice. I always tease him. Not too many people can say they retired twice. And now he's bored. That's what he told me. He's like, I'm bored. Been retired 6 months before COVID happened, I think it was. So yeah, he said I didn't retire. He retired. He goes, I retired in the wrong year. At least I could have went to work. But he couldn't do much. So now, and then when the last time I talked to him, because he's in Oklahoma, they decided to stay down there because they were going to move back to Wisconsin by my grandparents. That was their game plan, but both my grandparents passed away, so they chose to stay down and buy a house in Oklahoma where their daughters are. Actually, one daughter's up here in Arkansas. But he told me he was bored. He had 2 uncles that went to Vietnam. Yeah. My son-in-law was in the Navy. Yeah. My husband was a Marine until he got medically discharged because he got bad knees. I probably wouldn't have been married to him. He'd have been probably somewhere else. I wouldn't have probably met him. He got a medical discharge. He graduated boot camp, and then he was doing some training. I don't remember what type. I'd have to ask him. I don't talk about it too much with Scott because it's a touchy subject because he feels like he failed. But he was in some training, combat training or something, and he blew out his knee. And that was it. And it ended his career in the military. Yeah. It's a touchy subject. Oh, that's cool, Tammy. But I told him, I said, you still served your country, Scott. You were in the process. You made it through boot camp. You were training for your whatever you were being trained for. I mean, he was, I think, 2 years in. You were a veteran in my eyes. I read his letter, his medical discharge. I said, you weren't discharged for conduct, you know, but my husband, he needed to make digital. He wanted to be a military man. That was what he wanted to do. I said, did you sign up for 6 years or what? He goes, I wanted to be a lifer. That's what he told me. I'm like, oh, yeah, his intentions were to be a lifer. As long as they had kept him, he would stay in, he told me. And then his knee blew out. And he didn't want to be, he said he had the choice of medical discharge or like being in an office, and he didn't want to be in, because he could be, what the hell did he tell me? Combat? I don't remember the words, but he couldn't, like, if a war happened, he couldn't do it. And he couldn't be in the field, I guess, the word. I don't know. But yeah. I married a Marine. I wish he'd have hung on to his dress blues, because I'd have had him put them on. I have a thing for guys in military uniforms. Take your breath away. I went to 3 military balls, because I dated a lot of military men. Dated. I don't know. So I had a thing for military men. I went to a military ball in South Carolina when I was down there. Because I went and lived with my aunt and uncle for a summer in South Carolina. And went to a military ball there, 2 of them. That was so cool. I never went to my own prom. I went to military balls. I always say, I don't know what the prom life was like, because I never went to prom. Not my own or anybody else's. But I did go to military balls. I got to change my blade on this. So I started out making that pizza box, and now I have to figure out how I can paint that. I don't want to use all my double-sided tape to cover it. And I don't know. Because this is what my intention was. I will show you what I was going to do with the box. Okay. And I will experiment with the one that my intentions were. Is I was going to do like a cluster with a little bingo cluster, or I was going to cover the whole thing with bingo, or I was going to rip a little bingo, rip a little this, and I was going to add a little image, make a cluster on top. And then when you opened it, it would be some stuff. But I don't like to look at. It's just peeling right off the box. It's driving me crazy. So I'm going to have to figure out what I can use. Yeah. I got to go on. So did I. Twice. I went Mount Granny. I went up the plane. I can't remember what my Uncle Randy's plane was called, but his plane was huge, and the back of the back would open where they could drive-in Jeeps and stuff. It was huge. I got to go up in that, and then when my grandparents came down, when I was pregnant with Diamond, we went and drove my grandparents down to see Mount Grandy. And he got permission again, and we all got to go up again. It was pretty cool. But I'd have to ask Mount Grandy what the hell type of plane it was, because I never remember the name of it. But it was huge, and then the butt opened, and you could drive the car in it. So that's pretty cool. I should have did some mixed media, because I tell you, this morning it's not so successful here, because I lost my whole thought I was going to do. with everything I have out here. North Fork, Virginia? That's where one of my boyfriends was. I was been in North Fork, Virginia. I dated a Navy man, Dustin. Yep, we were supposed to be married. We were engaged. Until I decided to go visit him on a surprise. Rode a bus to go see him, only to discover when I got to his apartment that he rented with somebody's off base, and a girl answered the door that he was dating. Yeah, that was not nice vacation. Nice to see you. Hi, is Dustin here? And she goes, "Oh no, he'll be back in a few hours. Are you his sister?" When I said my name, I'm like, "I'm Tina. I'm from home." "Oh, you're Dustin's sister," she says to me. And I'm like, "What?" Uh-huh. Yeah. Rode a bus. Greyhound bus to surprise him. And then I told her, I'm like, "I'm not his sister." And I held my hand up and I had my ring on. And she goes, "You're engaged to him?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "I'm his girlfriend." I'm like, "Well, you can have him," because I kept the ring though. I pawned it. She goes, "No." So she waited around. I'm like, "Well, I guess I won't be staying here." I said, "Do you know where a cheap hotel is?" And she goes, "You ain't staying in a hotel." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "We'll wait for his butt to get here and you can crash at my place." And she felt so bad that she wouldn't let me ride the bus home. She actually bought me an airline ticket to get home. She felt so bad for me. I didn't blame her. I blamed him because he's the one that knew. She didn't. Because when she found out I was not his sister, because he'd say to her, "Oh, that's my sister calling. I have to take this phone call." Yep. Yeah. Yep. But she flew me home. Yeah, the look on his face when he walked in his apartment and I'm sitting on the couch going, "Hi, Dustin. Your sister's here to visit you." He knew he was dead. He's lucky I didn't kill him. It took all apart and it took all this. It took a lot not to hurt that man. Mm-hmm. Yep. His parents weren't pleased when they found out because yeah. I'll never forget when his mom found out we weren't engaged anymore. And she asked why. She was not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was the only other time I was engaged to be married. Nope. Just shows you going out with somebody for 3 years and they go in the military. I'll never forget what he told me. We went out for 3 years before he asked me to marry him, and then he went in the military. And I was going to actually, once he got settled a little bit, I was going to go move down there permanently. And he told me, "Look, a man has needs," he says. That's what he told me. I'm like, "Yeah, you're going to have needs, all right, but I'm done with that." A man has needs. Yeah. Yeah, she was awesome. Well, she felt, I mean, I'm all the way down in Virginia. You know, Virginia. The beach is nice down there, though. She took me sightseeing because I didn't go home right away. I was going to, she's like, "You might as well here. Let's go see some sights," She felt bad. I traveled down there to see a person that I was loved and thinking I was going to spend the rest of my life with. Only to discover a man has needs, So we're going to see if this sticks. Yeah, I'll never forget that's what he told me. A man has needs, Tina. I'm like, "Yeah, huh?" Yep. His mom was, whew, you know, yeah. Yeah, his mom was very upset. I still talk to his mom till she passed away. Because she was always hoping I'd be her daughter-in-law. Oh, yeah, I don't, it's been years since I've talked to her. But yeah, if I were you, I would have said, yes, women has needs too, and my is bigger and better, and in it and right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could have hurt him bad. But see, the one thing my mom told me all this time is a man's not worth it. How did she tell me that? Because I called my mom crying. And I said, Mom, I want to hurt him bad. And my mom said, he is not worth your knuckles. That's what she told me. Yeah, I wanted to hurt him bad. And I said, I want to hurt him. And she goes, he is not worth your knuckles. Calm yourself. And she goes, because I bought that ticket where you couldn't, I bought a ticket, that one-way ticket. I was hoping to stay for like months, see if I liked it. Because I thought, oh, I can. Because he's like, when are you coming down? That's all I ever heard. When are you coming down? When are you coming down? So I finally saved the money, hired a bus, and went down with two suitcases. So I was stuck. So my mom was going to send me money. I made him give me money. I'm like, you got to give me some money. You talked me in, and when he kept on saying every time we talked, when are you coming down? So I thought I'd surprise him. Yeah, I surprised him. All right, I got a surprise too. Yeah. But and then when he got out, he came home and he tried to make amends. Now, if I can get it that to stay, oh, look at that. See, that's the bingo dauber. Let's get paid. Tomorrow. I'm going to do mixed media. I want to do some mixed media, guys. My boxes and my thought process went out the door when my boxes didn't work. Let's see if Paige sticks to this. Because I don't know what else. I bet you this isn't even open. Nope. Then I met Diamond's dad. Thought it was love. Found myself pregnant, only to be beat, and abused. Yeah. We're wilder. I thought how men were disease. Yeah, see, I don't know what I'm going to do about this glossiness. If I want to use these. It's not staying. I might have to gesso this. But I don't know if gesso would change the glossiness on this either. I'm going to have to Google these and see if I can find a video of these, of Stampin' Up, to see what they did with these. Because it's not stamped. It rubs right off. The bingo does. We'll see if the paint. Yeah, the paint's bubbling up. Yep. That sucks, guys. Or I'm going to flip it, and the glossy side is going to be the inside of the box, and that's it. And when you open the box, it's all glossy inside, and everything else will be on the top. What do I want to do? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some background. Photo paper. Not photo, well, photo paper, but not photo copy paper. Photo paper. Hey, Vanessa. They have cookies, Tina. Oh, so what they... Well, I thought I could do something with them, but if I can't get paint to stick to them or glue to stick to them, they're useless to me. You know what? Yeah, male hating space. Me too. So see. Yep. First guy I actually dated after Dustin, being engaged to Dustin, because I met him when I was 15 years old. Cooties, not cookies. Oh, yeah. Was about probably a year. Started dating Diamond's dad. Thought I was in love. Thought it was going to be successful. Yeah, that turned into a nightmare. That I didn't want a man in my life. But see, I knew Scott since I was 17, 18 years old, my husband. We were friends. And then once I left Diamond's dad because he was an abuser, Scott and I were friends, and it turned into love. And 29 years later, here we are. 24 of it almost next month. 24 years marriage next month. I said to Scott the other day, where in the hell did 24 years go? And I said, you're, and he goes, I don't know. I said, well, yeah. I said, you survived it. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, I didn't kill you. He goes, funny. I'm like, I'm just saying. You survived 24 years of marriage without getting killed. You should be proud of that. I do feel like I'm raising a child again since my, I don't know. Tell me something. Is it me? Or is it when a man hits 50? Because my husband, like, 2 years ago, when our youngest moved out, I swear like I was re-raising another child called my husband. And there's days I still feel like that. Just saying, just letting you guys know. Totally still feel like that on some days. Uh-huh. Yeah. Our kids, yeah. I get my husband works hard, you know. He comes home, and I finally gave up on this battle. And it was and he takes off his socks. He sits in his chair, he takes off his boots, he takes off his socks, and he leaves them there. You met your husband when you were 15? And then when I'd go to do laundry, I'd gather this pile of socks all week long. And it drives me crazy. I think he does it on purpose, personally. Because I don't wash my husband's clothes with mine, because whatever the stuff at his work was making, my clothes would get a rash. So I quit washing our clothes together. And it drives me crazy. 32 years of marriage. Awesome. Congratulations, Tammy. Then I bought a little laundry basket from the Dollar Tree, put it next to his table and his chair for his socks. Because it drove me crazy. Because I'd be like, you can't pick up your socks and throw them in your basket when you go to bed? And he'd be like, well, I forgot. So I finally got a little laundry basket. It's small. Sits there, he drops his socks in there now. He'd be like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I feel like sometimes I'm raising another child. I gave up on he reminds me of my grandfather, because my grandfather always had a spot where he sat and had it in his recliner, and his whole world was around him. Scott's dad's is at his kitchen table. My husband is his, but out in the living room. It drives me crazy. I don't even touch it. I do, and I don't ask him to clean it because I get what, and it's a battle. And only time I ask him to actually clean that spot is at Christmas because that's when but I went on vacation from him. I needed a marriage strike. LOL. Yeah, I've done that. Yep, I've done that. I'm happy when my husband goes to his buddies for the weekend. I'm okay with that. He'd be like, "Do you want to go?" And I'd be like, no. What are we gonna be doing? Nah, I'll stay home. I'm okay. I'll stay home. Unless I know his wife is around, but most time Christy, she's doing something or another, and I'll go out there and she's not there, and I'll be like, "Oh God, take me back to home." One time, I'm like, I called Diamond, I'm like, "Do you have to work tonight?" And she goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "Good, come and get me. I'm gonna have Dad run me to your house." She's like, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm out at Mihi's, and I'm not spending the weekend here with these two men." Christy's gone on because she's a drug and alcohol counselor. Christy was gone to some conference or something she had to do, and I'm like, I am not sticking a weekend with these two men. I'm out of here. So instead of having Scott run me all the way back in town, I called Diamond, who's only 10 minutes away from Mihi's, to see if she had to go to work that day. And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, when do you have to be?" She told me, I'm like, "I will be there before you leave. What time are you leaving?" So she brought me in and dropped me off. I was not staying out there for the weekend with those two guys. I don't know how they get anything done. I said that to him. I'm like, "How do you guys don't get anything done? They're worse than women." I tell you, women, when they have a mission, they do it. Okay? And my husband and his buddy, they do more chit chatting and drinking beer on the weekend, which we don't drink that much. So my husband being up by me high, but I'm always thinking, what do they get done? They really never get anything done. So at least it seems that way to me. And they do things so. What word should I use? Backwards? I looked at him like, "What are you doing?" You know? I just shook my head because it was so weird the way they were doing stuff. Something, God, it's gotta be a man thing. It's gotta be. Because so this is just photo paper. I'm just making some macarons. My mom was divorced for 25 years, Tammy, when she married my stepfather. And she told me they were having issues when my mom actually passed away. That she didn't know if it was her or him. And I'm like, "What do you mean?" "Well, he started drinking and she wasn't putting up with it." But she said she was too used living on her own that he was driving her crazy. Plus his drinking didn't help. And my stepfather is very anal, is I guess the word. I remember my mom say he's very anal. I never looked up to see what it meant. But she goes, maybe this wasn't a good idea because my mom was lonely. She always felt like the third fiddle with me and my marriage, killing with Scott and I and the kids. She wanted a companion. Well, she got a companion that was Prince Charming when he dated, but once the ring got on the finger, he was like a 90-degree change in him, and she wasn't liking it how it was going. And they were only married 3.5 years when my mom passed away. And she just right before my mom passed away, she told me that if he didn't agree to go to marriage counseling or get help with his drinking, she was leaving. She was not dealing with another man that drank because my dad was a blown alcoholic. And she said to me, "I don't know if it's me that I lived alone for that long. I mean, I had 2 kids, but I said, it's not the same when it's kids, Mom. I said, but because I made a comment, why would you put up with another man that's an alcoholic? You know, you put up, Dad, why would you do that to yourself twice in one lifetime? And that's when she told me that she gave him an ultimatum that he had a month to figure out what he was going to do, or she was done. And then she died of a massive heart attack. Yeah, they wouldn't be together unless he got help, but she thought it was her because she lived by herself for so long. She got that alcoholic is a disease. I'm like, it is, but if they really mean, Mom, they can get well. This is a man that'd be drunk in the morning by 10 o'clock. He hit it well, though. The habit she needed. Alot. Oh, yeah. He hit it really well because he was retired military. So he didn't have to work. He chose to work if he wanted to. My mom would still work, and she didn't realize how much he drank. He'd be drunk by 10 o'clock each morning, and then try to sober up by the time my mom got home from 6. But it was getting worse and worse because he started not hiding it. He swung at me once. He's lucky I didn't take him out. Yep. Because I wasn't used to a man talking to my mother like that. You know, you ever have a flashback? I've heard of people having flashbacks. I never had a flashback. We were doing a rendezvous, and he was yelling at my mom in their tent. And I wasn't used to anybody talking to my mom like that since I was like 8 years old. It's the last time I remembered in my head that my mom and dad had such an argument. I was about 7, 8 years old. So I wasn't used to anybody talking to my mom like that. And I went in their tent and said, don't you talk to my mother like that. He raised his fists at me and says, don't you tell me how to talk to my wife. And I said to him, she's been my mother longer than she's been your wife, and she deserves respect. And he swung at me. And I had a flashback. When I walked in the tent, I saw my mom's face. And I can remember being that 7-year-old little girl, seeing that same expression on my mom's face as a child. But now I'm an adult. And that was July, and my mom was gone. I wasn't talking to my stepfather when my mom passed away. That was July, and my mom died in August. Me and my mom never quit talking. I think about that. I'm like, thank God that I never ever quit talking to my mother. Me and my mom could have some doozy arguments, but we'd call each other the next day and act like it didn't happen. We discuss it, but I quit talking to that man. That's when my mom decided, because I left with my kids and told my mom that he can't be around my children anymore. He spanked my son, which he had no right to. He's lucky I didn't call police on his ass. But I told my mom when we all left that, and it was 4th of July weekend, we were down doing a rendezvous. I packed up my kids and I walked out of the tent, shaking. My whole body was like this. And I walked out the tent and I said, Scott, we're leaving. So we packed up our car and we went home. And that Monday, my mom stopped over, and I said to Mom, Mom, I don't want that man around my children anymore. I said, you can come and get your grandchildren, but they are not allowed around him, and they will be not spending a night at his house, at your house anymore. I said, as long as he is around, I do not want him around my kids. I said, he took a swung at me, and I said, and next time it'll be you. And I said to her, why are you putting up with another man that's an alcoholic? You left one alcoholic. Why would you put yourself through this? And then a week later, she was at my house. And it's so weird how you remember things. My kid said, "Where's Nana?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, where's Nana?" Here, my mom's car was in front of my house. The kids noticed it. She was sitting on my swing in my backyard, and I walked out on my swing, and she's swinging, and she's got tears running down her cheeks, because she gave him an ultimatum that he needed to get help or their marriage was over. And he told her, "I'll think about it. Get out." He kicked my mom out. He told her to get out. And she had a backpack. She stayed at my house for a week. He said he was going to get help. And by the 16th of August, she died of a massive heart attack. And I still wasn't talking to him. So when I got to the emergency room, I looked at him and said, "What'd you do to my mother?" I mean, oh, because I thought, what did you do to my mother? Yep. What did you do to my mother? Yep. It was Terry. Like she said, I'm not letting this tear my family apart, because my mom's kids and grandkids was her life. And I told her, I get, you deserve a life, but I am not letting this man around my kids, if he can come that violent with a grown ass adult woman and not even phase him that he took a swing at a woman. What's going to stop him from doing that to my kids? She said, "Me." And I'm like, "But you're putting up with it yourself." My hubby quit drinking. His dad was an alcoholic. See, my husband's mom was an alcoholic. She'd be drunk. 5 o'clock would hit, she'd have to have that drink. And that's what my husband grew up with. And so I watch him, because I told him, I said, "Scott, your statistic-wise, you should be an alcoholic." Yeah. And so, and I said, "I won't." And I was very upfront with my husband, that I said I would not live with a druggie. I would not marry I would not deal with an alcoholic, and I would not deal with a womanizer, because I was everything my dad was. I was not having that life. And we all have don't get me wrong, I've had my good times when I was younger, but I got one hell of a good man. I tell him that all the time. Grouchy old man now, but I tell him, "Good morning, secret squirrel Amy." Me and Scott my grandfather knew. My mom knew. When I was 18 years old, when I met Scott, we worked at a country western bar together. My mom said the way that we looked at each other, she knew. We didn't know it, but she said she saw it when I was 18 years old, when I met Scott. Yep. Well, the first time I met Scott, he was out celebrating his birthday, and I was 18 years old, and he was 21, celebrating his 21st birthday. He got me drunk. My buddy realized I was drinking at 8, and I wasn't supposed to be drinking. I ended up spending the night. It's a long story, but then he started working there, and my mom said the way him and I always looked at each other and talked to each other, and that my mom saw it when I was 18. She knew then that Scott would probably be the person I'd spend the rest of my life with. She said she just seen it. She told me that. And my grandfather loved him. So once I got the grandfather approval with him, he was a keeper. Because I remember we were supposed to go, Scott got laid off from we worked together for almost a year, and then he got a better job, and then he got laid off. He was in the process of looking for a new job. Was going to take me to dinner just after I left Diamond's dad. People were like, "When are you guys going to actually date? You're always together. Are you boyfriend, girlfriend?" And we're like, "No, we're friends." "Well, why aren't you guys dating?" And we thought it was weird, a concept. So we decided, let's try it. Because I didn't want to lose the friendship we had. So our first date, he was going to take me dinner and a movie. I got Diamond a baby. My mom had Diamond. He calls me. He didn't get his unemployment check. I'm dressed up to the kills to go out, man. I spent all day getting myself ready for this date. I wanted to knock his socks off, you know? I'm like, okay, and I'm sad. I call back. He goes, I'm really sorry, Tina. I'm like, no, I understand. You know, shit happens, you know? I call him back and I said, hey. He goes, what? I said, you got enough gas in your truck to go fishing? He goes, yeah. I'm like, let's go fishing. He's like, okay. I said, I don't have diamond anyways, so just go fishing. We don't have to go to a movie or dinner. Let's go fishing. He's like, okay, I'll be there in a half an hour. I'm like, all right. He calls me back. Hey, can Hawk come? Which is his best friend. I'm like, sure. Okay. I get to pick the spot. He's like, okay. I call my grandpa. I said to my grandpa, can I come up fishing with two friends of mine? And grandpa goes, yeah, we'll go out on the pond. I've been catching good fish on the pond. I'm like, okay. I didn't tell Scott where we were going. I just gave him the directions. I did, and then my grandpa calls back. He goes, and on the way up, I said we were almost to where we were going to turn into the road. My grandma said, oh, by the way, we're going to go fishing on the Styles Pond. I said, I need you guys' help. And they're like, what? I said, nobody likes taking my grandpa out in his boat anymore because they have to help him in the boat and they have to help him out of the boat. I need you guys' help. I was the only one that did it. They're like, not a problem. We went fishing all day. And then we went back to my grandfather's for dinner. We had to grill out. And of course, my mom's still living up by my grandfather. Diamond's there. My mom's there. I go to leave. I'm halfway to getting in the truck because Scott had a little Ford Escort. So I had to sit in the middle between Hawk and Scott. My grandfather calls me all the way back. Hawk gets out. I go, yeah, Grandpa. He goes, I like both those guys. So if the first one don't work it out, make sure you work it out with the other guy too, because I really like both of them. Just so you know, he says. I'll never forget that. He loved my husband. Of all his grandchildren. He says he loved it the first bite, and it's why we got married. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. I'll never forget what my grandpa said. I like both those guys. So if the one girl don't work out, you should date the other because they're good men. Yep, that's funny. Yep. And here we are, 29 years. It will be 29 years on Diamond's first birthday. We started. I kind of coincided with that because it was right after that we officially became a couple. Diamond was like a year old, just over a year old. So I always think of Diamond's birthday. By August, we were a couple, and Diamond's birthday is July 27th. Because by the time my cousin's wedding on the 21st, everybody knew we were it. We were it. And that was almost a year of leaving Diamond's dad when we became a couple. We started officially dating because I left Diamond's dad on 4th of July. 4th of July. Diamond was just over a month old, or a year, 9 months. She was 9 months old when I left Diamond's dad because she celebrated her first birthday on July 27th. Yeah. She was a year. No, 2 years. 2 years, not a year. Oh my God, I don't remember. Was it her second birthday or her first birthday? Wow. I don't remember. But she wasn't even a year old when I left, when I finally ended the relationship with Diamond's dad. She was just little. And I thank God, because why I left him is he hit me and I had her in my arms, and that was the wake-up call because I'm thinking, he didn't care if I had the baby in my arms. See, she was born in July. May, not July. She was born in July. And she would have been a year, yeah. But by August, I left him in April. Yeah. August, September, October, November, December, April. See, I didn't move to Green Bay until November, so it was December, January, February, May. 4 months living with the man, taking a beating. And I left, I don't know how many times I went home. And my mom finally had enough that she told me I couldn't go back home anymore. I ended up staying at my dad's, which was scary. But, yeah, April. But by Diamond's first birthday, by August, my cousin's wedding at the end of the 24th of August, we were it. We were it couple. It was rough patches when we first started dating. I can't imagine. I said to him not too long ago, we were talking. I told him I couldn't imagine my life without him. I always tease him that he survived me. So these turned out pretty cool. These are on a photo paper with bingo daubers, which worked because I wanted to test that. That's why I decided to do that. After my fiasco box, it worked. I went ahead in my head. Totally went out the window. You can tell I ain't sleeping because my craftsmanship is like, so. You love hearing these kind of stories. Yeah. But of all the grandchildren's mates that they bring home to meet my grandfather, my grandfather never liked any of them. He liked Scott, though. He loved my husband. I laughed because I was supposed to be, Scott and I were engaged, and then something occurred that we broke up our engagement, but we went with this theory. We were friends with benefits. We never broke up. It's like we did, but we didn't. Okay. I get pregnant. And because I was actually planning our wedding, and it came down to something with the wedding, and we got in this real bad argument that we ended it. But we always seem to find each other when a needs occur, as I call it. And I get pregnant. I'm like, I'm pregnant. And he's like, what? I'm like, I'm pregnant. And he goes, we need to get married. I'm like, I ain't marrying you. And he's like, what? Nope. I wouldn't marry him. He wanted to get married right away. He's like, we were supposed to be getting married anyways. I ain't marrying you. He's like, what? I'm like, no, I'm not marrying you. And because I grew up with my dad, I remember my dad saying to my mom, I only married you because you got your ass pregnant with my brother. My dad would throw that up at my mom all the time. So I'm like, nope. We'll see how we are in a year. And so my son was born in 96. Me and Scott were married in 97. But I was actually planning he re-asked me to marry him at Christmas, and I said yes. I'm pregnant. Okay. So I found out in August I was pregnant. And I was planning my wedding because I didn't want to be a pregnant bride anyways. And my grandfather was supposed to walk me down the aisle. And I had Xavier on the 9th of April. And my grandfather died the 12th of April. Yeah. And I was up there. I just got out of the hospital the day that he had another stroke and a heart attack. And I was in a family room. He sent everybody home. And I knew he was dying. I knew this was the last moment I was going to have with him because when as a child, living with my grandfather had a lot of health issues when I was a child. He'd always tell me he'd have close calls, and he'd always tell me he saw my grandmother. And I'd be like, what? And when you're a kid, you're like, okay, Grandpa, they got you on some good drugs because my grandmother died when I was 7 years old. Until later on, you hear that people do see their loved ones, okay? And he'd always tell me she was standing there with her hands on her hips. And that's the way my grandma would, when she'd get angry at him, she'd yell at him with her hands on her hips. So he knew he was not supposed to leave the world yet because she was yelling at him with her hands on his hips, she told me. But when I got to the hospital, he told me he saw grandma again. And I'm like, because and I'm like, what was she doing? He goes, she was just standing there looking at me. I said, what? Yeah, she was just standing there. And I go, because I heard the same story about him seeing my grandmother with her hands on her hip. I mean, my grandfather died 8 times on the operating table when they brought him back. He was always mad that they brought him back. And he goes, she was just standing there staring at me, Bugs. Because my grandfather never called me Tina. He called me Bugs. I said, her hands weren't on her hips? And he's like, no. And I knew at that very moment this was the last time that man would ever, that he'd be gone and within a day or two or whatever. I knew she was coming to get him. So he tells us all to go home. He didn't want us at the hospital. So I go in the family room. Everybody leaves. We all walk out the hospital together. Everybody gets in their car to leave. Except I told Scott, now turn around. Scott was like, what? I said, you need to turn around. Turned around and came back to the hospital. Went in the family room. And he says to the nurse, he goes to nurse, would you go in that family room and tell Bugs to get her butt in here? He didn't. And she goes, what, Mr. Strum or Mr. Cox, your family left? He goes, no, they didn't. My granddaughter's in, Bugs is in that family room with that baby. Go get her. I come in there and he goes, didn't I tell you to go home? I'm like, yeah, but I just wanted to stick around. He goes, Bugs? I go, what? I don't want you here when I die. And I'm like, but I don't want to leave. So if I stay, you'll stay alive. He goes, you got to accept it, babe. He said, it's my last night. I know it, and you know it. I don't want you here. You need to take that baby home. So I'm like, I go, can I stay for a little while yet? An hour. And I'm like, okay. And I stayed for an hour, and then hour was up, and he sent me home. And I called when I got home because I lived 35 minutes from where the hospital he was at. Talked to him on the phone. They called my Aunt Penny that it was coming close, and she made it to the hospital for him to say to my Aunt Penny, he goes, you know what? The last words my grandfather spoke to my aunt, and then he died, was, Penny, you need to do me a favor. And she goes, okay, Dad, you need to tell Scott and Tina. They should have been thinking of more wedding bells than baby bells. But I will hear Bugs's wedding bells. And then he was gone. And the nurse that he had was a friend of my foster brother's. Because she cried when she heard that. Because she's known me since I was a kid. And my aunt told my mom. And then my foster's brother's aunt came to the wake. And she told me, you know what your grandfather's last words were? I'm like, and she's like, oh yeah, I heard. Yep, that was my grandpa. Oh, my grandfather was a character. He'd pull. Tammy, my grandfather told me to go roll up the windows on the lawnmower. I know. That was with my husband, with Scott. I didn't want to lose my best friend. I was so scared to take that because I needed at the time what I went through. I went through being engaged to Dustin, getting over that, meeting Diamond's dad, only for him to be an abuser. And then having my best friend, actually, me and Scott lost touch, okay? When he worked with me at Sidewinders, that's how we met, he got another job. He left Sidewinders, and we lost touch. In a 3-year span, this all happened. 4-year span. I didn't know Scott when I was engaged to Dustin, though. Because I actually came back and got the job at the bar. And then met Scott, and we were just friends there. And then he got another job, and we lost touch. Met Pete, got pregnant, became abuser. Or was an abuser all the time, I guess. I think back to it now, there was signs. But ran back into him, actually out with some girlfriends. I was out with my mom. Friends of ours, Molly and her husband, who he was in the armed forces, they were home on leave, and we all went out. and I ran into Scott, and I'll never forget, this is a good one too. I'm at the bar with my mom and Molly and Kevin, and I knew the bar owner because I worked for him. Same guy at Sidewinder I worked for, but different bar, because I'm not 21 yet. And he's like, with my mom, he said it was okay for me to drink. Well, it didn't take much for me to get intoxicated. And I remember my mom watched me because she kept an eye on me. And kept on making my way around the back of this bar that was like a U shape. I kept on making on the back side of the bar like this, and she kept watching me because we were up on this side, and I always make my way to the end by the pool table, and she was watching me, trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. And I got to the end of the bar, and she sees me talking to these two guys in leather jackets. And it was my Scott, and he didn't remember who I was. By the time I ran in my Scott, my husband, not my husband at that time, I weighed 85 pounds. And I was always big breasted. And I started talking to him, and he's looking at me, and he's being polite. And I finally said, "Do you even know who I am?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "Seriously?" And he goes, "Seriously, who are you?" And I'm like, "Tina, we used to work together at Sidewinders. You got me drunk. You stood me up after the bar closed, you know. You didn't remember who I was when you started working there." I said, "What is it with me that you forget me twice?" He goes, "One, I was excused because I was very intoxicated myself the first night I met you. This time," he goes, "you're too damn skinny. Are you sick?" And I'm like, "No." He goes, "Well, you look sick." Because I weighed 80 pounds, 85 pounds. That's how bad I had Pete treated me, that I starved myself. I went back to I was anorexic in high school. And my mom was so worried about me that I was being stubborn. But so I come walking back up to my mom, and Scott's following me, and she says to my girlfriend Molly, "Oh my God, if she's bringing it home, we need to go stop and buy a leash." Because Scott had long hair and a full beard. She didn't recognize who Scott was. And when I got up there, I'm like, "Mom," because my husband's name's Scooter. And I'm like, "Mom, it's Scooter." And she's like, "Oh my God, go shave." But so we exchanged phone numbers and everything again. And when Pete beat me and he didn't care if I had diamond in his arms, his buddy Hawk, who he was with, and we all ended up going to Hawk's house for breakfast that morning, wasn't too far where I lived from Peter. And I walked there, and I went to the wrong house, or the house next door. The guy wanted to call an ambulance because I looked like a raccoon with a baby in a stroller. He's like, "I'm going to call you an ambulance," because I was bleeding from the mouth and nose. And I'm like, "No, no, no." I said, "I'm sorry." I said, "I thought," he goes, "Well, who are you looking for?" I said, "The guy's name is Hawk." He goes, "Oh, I can take you there." And Hawk lived down an alley. And instead of going to this house, I went to this house, and Hawk's house was there. And I walked up the steps, and Scott was sitting in the couch, and he jumped off that. I ended up in an emergency room because they wouldn't, but him and Hawk moved me out that very night. And I never looked back. And Hawk and Scott's been there. He's always been that person I could count on, through thick or thin. But I still remember my mom saying to me, I told Molly she gave my husband a leash for a wedding present. She handed me the leash, and she goes, because she did, because my husband's a biker. My mom figured I'd marry a military or a farmer. I ended up marrying a biker. You know, we don't bike as much as we used to. He sold it, the cover he sold his Harley. So we didn't have a big bill. We didn't have insurance when Xavier was born. So he sold his Harley, so we didn't have a medical bill. We were always going to buy one. Matter of fact, we just went and looked at one not too long ago. But his dad gets freaked out when he hears Scott and I talk about getting a bike. So we figured we'll wait. His anxiety is bad enough that we'll wait to buy one after Dad's gone. I know that sounds probably, yeah. I know that probably sounds really bad that we'll wait till he's gone before we buy a bike. But yeah, Scott's dad's anxiety for some reason, when me and Scott talk motorcycles, he gets kind of weird. So Scott and I chose to wait. I don't know. Me and Scott can figure it out. He had a buddy. I think we found out. He never told us why until recently when we were telling him that we were looking at a Harley. And he got really, and he's always been that way. Scott told me, and I asked Dad. I'm like, I said, what is it with you and motorcycles that you don't want us to buy one? Because we've been saving to put a good down payment on one if we found one. Because we got pre-approved for a loan, but we wanted a good portion of it already paid for up front, And I finally said to Scott's dad, I said, what is it with you and me and Scott buying a motorcycle? And he goes, I just don't like them, he said it. I'm like, well, I know, I said, I know the statistics and, cars not seeing bikes and blah, 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 blah. But I said, my philosophy is I can walk down my front steps, and if it's your day, it's your day. It doesn't matter if you're in a car, on a motorcycle, or sitting in your craft room. It's your day. Good Lord's going to call you home. I know that. He says, I know that. And I go, then what is it? We didn't know that he had a friend of his in high school that died on a motorcycle. I mean, that man is 77 and it still has effect on him. He witnessed it. Yep. He was following his buddy home. They were both 17 years old. He was in his dad's car. His buddy was on his motorcycle. And it came to a stop sign, a stoplight. The light turned green, and a guy ran the red light and hit and killed his best friend on a motorcycle. He never told us any of that. And that's why he has this fear of motorcycles, that he doesn't want to. So Scott and I looked at each other across the table. And I said this, and Scott, as we were walking home, he goes, I think we'll wait till Dad's gone to get a bike. And I'm like, okay. So we're thinking about looking at a camper instead. Nick. But yeah, Scott goes, he never told me that. I said, maybe because you never asked. He goes, yeah. Scott goes, I never did, actually. And I'm like, exactly. I have a big mouth. I ask questions. Because I'm like, what is your, because the way I said to my father-in-law, what is your hang up with bikes? Motorcycles, I said. What's your hang up about a motorcycle? And now we know. So, and my husband has so much respect for his dad. Even if we would really want one, that but what's funny, this is what's really funny, is he borrowed Sam money to buy a motorcycle because Sam bought a motorcycle from the neighbor and was going to pay him, and then Sam got let go from his job, so he ended up having to borrow money. He borrowed money from Scott's dad to pay the guy for the motorcycle. And I'm like, Scott, but he was okay with Sam getting a motorcycle. He goes, yeah. I said, we thought it was weird. And I said, yeah, but he's not the son. He's just not that Sam's no different than son-in-law, but he's this grand son-in-law. You're the son. I said, it's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But yeah, we did not know that. So, motorcycle ain't gonna be in this, because we wanted to. We looked at one twice, two different ones, private seller, and we almost bought. We were pretty close, and we were gonna put. we needed, the guy said he'd hang on to it, but we had to put $500 down until we could get to the bank on Monday. Well, we couldn't get the bank to get the money out to give the guy the $500. So we were at Scott's dad. He has always money in his safe. So we were going to go get it from Scott's dad and tell money and give Scott's dad it back on Monday. And then when we went there, he told us no, which was odd. Because I'm like, well, Dad, I'll have you take me to the bank right on Monday morning. I said, I can get it out. Because Scott had to work Monday. He's like, no. Mm-mm. And I'm like, and we were really dumbfounded because he helps everybody. Scott's dad is a very generous man. And we're like, oh, you don't got it? And he's like, no, I got it. I'm going to safe and get it out right now. And I'm like, so me and Scott are just sitting there like, what? I ain't helping you guys get a bike. You'll have to wait till Monday. And then he had this look come over him. Just wait, this weird look. And I'm like, what's wrong, Dad? He goes, I'm not comfortable if you guys find a bike. And I'm like, well, why? Just ain't. And I'm like, no, Dad, what's your hang up? And that's when he told us. And we were like, okay. And I even said to him, but you helped Sam buy a bike. Sam's not the same as my son. That's what his comment was. He goes, if you guys go to the bank on Monday and you get the, you get the paperwork and all that done, blah 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 blah, then I can't. He goes, I can say I didn't contribute. That's what he said. Well, by the time we walked home and we were talking, Scott's like, yeah, I think I'll wait. Scott's dad has anxiety as it is. Scott goes, I can't add any more anxiety knowing I'm on a motorcycle. And I'm like, are you sure? Scott goes, yeah. He goes, I may never own another one. He goes, and Scott looks back to when he had the Harley when we met. He goes, his dad and him did not have a good relationship. And he goes, I wonder if it was a little bit about me being on a motorcycle. I said, because my father-in-law and husband did not have a good relationship until my husband was probably 27 years old when we started dating. They fought and they butted heads. It was crazy. Because my father-in-law gives me credit. He always says, I think the relationship I have with my son now is because of you. It was, I don't get it. I don't understand it. But yeah, you would have never known it. You would never know it now, how they are together now, that at one time they couldn't even be in the same room with each other for longer than an hour. Yeah, that's how it was when Scott was younger. And I don't know what it was about, but I said, Scott goes, I wonder if it's because I bought a bike, a motorcycle. I said, you're young, dumb, and stupid, and you probably thought you knew it all because look at our own son. He goes, yeah, that's true. I said, think about it. Our son is finally mature, 20, going on 25, and he's finally doing that. I said, you think about it, Scott. When a boy is 15, he's 10. So when he's 20, he's 15. I said, that could have something to do with it. Because you're very funny. I'm like, statistic-wise, it's true. The maturity level in a boy is way different than a girl. Slide is a biker. Cool. Yep. Yeah. I married a biker. He misses it. We both miss it because we loved riding. And then we sold it to pay for it so we didn't have medical debt. He sold his Harley, so we didn't have debt, medical, because we wanted to buy a house. But now, I said to Scott, because we got $2,000 saved, because that's what the bank told us we had to have down, at least $2,000 down to go toward. They'd give us a loan if we had $2,000 to add to it, because. So we did it. We cut corners, or we didn't really have to cut too many corners, but we did it. Well, now we're not buying a bike. So I said to Scott, how about we buy a camper? And he goes, yeah. I said, so now we're deciding if we're going to buy a camper. We keep seeing them when we're going around. And I said, when are we going to actually go look? And he goes, I don't know. So now we're thinking, it's due to the fact it's already July, going in August, we'll probably wait till next year. Because they have a big camper show here in the spring. So we're going to wait and do it and check them out this time next year. I know, that's what I told Scott. I said, we don't want to do this where you like permanently put it on a campsite. We want to go to different campsites. His uncle owns a garage full of Harleys and some are vintage worth a lot of money. I know. We have a buddy that collects them. He let Scott and I take his bike out. He said to Scott 2 years ago, because Scott didn't have his motorcycle license. He said to Scott 3 summers ago, you go get your motorcycle license. You can come to my garage and grab a bike anytime you want. So Scott went and got his motorcycle license. So if we wanted to pick a bike, we could. We just had to call him. Matter of fact, we're supposed to be going on a ride with him in August. And for a charity. I think it's August or is it September? Because then his insurance covers Scott. He said, if I let you on my bike and I don't have, he said to Scott, if you don't have your license and if something happens, my insurance won't cover it. I have insurance for riders on my bike, but they have to be licensed. So Scott went and got his motorcycle license. Didn't take long. But I won't get on a bike with my husband. I shouldn't say that. I got on a bike with him not too long ago. Sam's bike, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that man on a long ride. He told me he has to get it out of his system because I swear to God, I went around 2 blocks with him and it kind of made me nervous. I can move my camper if we want and stay with me. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because Scott's sister has a permanent campsite where they pay $2,000 a year to have their camper there, which is a cool idea. I'm not saying it's not. And Scott and I want to go to different campsites in an area that I went. I told Scott, I want to take Scott, and this is where it is. We might do that eventually, but I want to go to Scott. I want to take you to every campsite that I ever went with my grandfather and go trout fishing. And he's like, really? I'm like, yep. And I know every campsite, and I looked them all up, and there's only 2 that are closed out of the 15. And they're all way north of here in Wisconsin. And he goes, so Scott's stoked if we do it and we start doing it. I said, but I go, because Scott and I like fishing, and we love trout fishing. And a lot of these, so did my grandfather. And a lot of these campsites where we go camping, my grandfather and I, for weeks at a time, were near trout streams. Scott goes, probably most of them are not even open anymore. I'm like, okay. So I spent a week, and it took me a week. Yep. I know my stepfather used to buy campers. Yeah. So, but we're hoping we can find a nice used one. But I looked at a used one this past week, and I said to Scott, it was crazy because it was in Craigslist, because I've been looking. And then I looked at the new one. I might as well go buy a damn new one for what these people are asking for a used one. I'll tell you that. I've come to realize that by looking. And then we were debating if we want to get a camper that you can drive, those little RV ones where you can have the driver in front, or do we just want a pull-on camper behind our truck? That was another thing Scott and I were discussing. So we really don't know what we want yet. Because I'm like to Scott, are we going to tow a car? And he goes, oh, yeah, you got a good point. But what about the boat? I'm like, then he's got a point, because we want to take our boat with us. I said, yeah, but if we're going to the trout streams, we don't need a boat. Because all the trout streams, I said, you can't have a boat in. He's like, oh, so I made a point there. Yeah, we've been doing this back and forth. because we do miss the cottage. We used to go to the cottage a lot, and Scott's dad sold it a few years ago because me and Scott were the only ones taking care of it, so we weren't enjoying it. Yeah, and so me and Scott's ideas, we have the camper show here. It's in the spring, and get a good idea what we want, and decide if we're going to go along or pull along because of, yeah. So that's what I want. And I want it big enough that it's big enough for me and Scott. And if the grandkids and the family shows up, it's big enough for them too. And the one my mom had a nice one. And I like the fact that the back of my mom's and hers was a sitting area with a big bay window. It was pretty cool. And one side came out. Her bedroom was up in front, and it was the kid. You walked in, it was like a little living room section, bay window, a seating couch, and then it was her couch or her kitchen, the table, and then you walked in. It was like the bathroom here, and then the front was her bedroom. But both the seating area and the table turned into a beds. And I told Scott I want it big enough where I can put a lot of crash shit in one of the seating benches thing. I told him that's how my mom's was. Yeah, see, my aunt and uncles had bunk beds for the grandkids. Yeah. So we haven't really actually looked at any because there's two dealerships here. There's a couple we can go, but we haven't because you're just we just started this conversation about buying a camper like 2 weeks ago, something like that. Let's see. Scott works this weekend. Scott was off this weekend. So a month ago, because it was his last weekend off that we went in and checked out the Harley. And we really liked it because I wanted a nice bagger with the comfortable seat on the back. And it was a perfect bike. It was an awesome bike. And we liked it. It didn't have a lot of miles. And yeah. But Scott's dad you should do a video. Yeah. You should, Sabrina. Now my sister-in-law's, when she did her video, me and Scott didn't like hers, the way it was laid out. Because they wanted us. They bought one, and then they bought a newer version. And they wanted me and Scott to buy the first one they bought. And she did videos with me and Scott, and that was like 2 summers ago. And I told Scott, I didn't like either one, how they were. I didn't like how they looked. The way that I want like my bedroom to have its own room. But I said to Scott, first of all, I don't want a camper that's 10 years older or more. Like the first one they bought was made in 85. And then the newest one they bought was made in, because they bought it. Because my brother-in-law, this is my brother-in-law. He gets something in his head, he does it. He doesn't shop around. He bought that one in 1985. And it's crazy what they paid for that camper. Almost died because they practically could have bought a newer one. Well, then a guy in the campsite had a newer one for sale, and they bought that one. And they wanted Scott and I to buy the one that was made in like 95 or 85, 95, not 85, 95. And I told him I'd give him $2,000 for it, and he wanted $7,000 for it. And I told him to stick it in his ass. Sorry, my language, because I didn't think it was worth that for a 95 camper. And guess what? They sold it for. They got $1,000 for it. He should have took me and Scott's $2,000. Because I looked it up, it wasn't worth $7,000 and they wanted it. And that's what he wanted, exactly what he paid for it. That's when I realized that he didn't shop around. 1995 camper. He paid they paid $8,000 for it. And then the one they bought is now is a 2006. I want to say 2006, 2007. And they paid 22, 23. I'm thinking, what? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I really haven't looked at any of them up to see, but I know the one that I saw in Craigslist for $27,000. I thought to myself, 27? Yeah, 27. I'm thinking, I can buy probably a new one for that. I know it's like 2020, or 2019, but I'm thinking if I was going to pay that much, I might as well just go get a new one right off the lot. And this one was nice, but I told Scott, I said, if we're going to buy, so we have the. My nephew got a beautiful one from Craigslist, but it had leaks when it rained. He had to fix it. Yeah, I've heard that. My mama had that in her brand new one. See, my mom said if she ever bought another one, she wanted to go and design hers. They bought bought it off the lot. It was pretty because the glass in all of her cupboards had a wolves in it. It was really pretty. That's what I laughed. I asked her if she bought the camper or the cupboards, because that's what drew her attention, is that the doors in this camper had wolves. It was so pretty. But the slide out, her kitchen table slid out and it leaked. $30,000 for a Cougar I want, but hopefully it will come on sale. Yeah, that's why I said when I looked at the one on Craigslist for $27,000, I'm like, I might as well go buy a new one. And again, it's 2019, but when I looked up in the local camper site here, they had a nice one for $30,000, brand new. So I was like, I might as well go that. I said to Scott, when we do go, I said, we got to watch it. And he goes, why? Because I was telling Scott how I saw this one on Craigslist. Beautiful camper, don't get me wrong. I said, then I went on to the RV site, and I said, we could buy a new one for $2,000 more. So I said, we need to watch that. He's like, okay. I'm chatting with you right now. I ain't doing nothing. But yeah, so now we're thinking a camper. And who knows, we may change our mind. We're like we're in a discussion stage. And right now, like Scott says, he's kind of glad we didn't go get the bike, because the way the world is right now, he says, because we had to use our savings a while ago, and now we got back savings, and that was to put toward the bike. We do have a rainy day fund, but like Scott says, the way things are going, and he goes, maybe we might just sit on it. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm not in no hurry. It'd be different if we could use it every weekend. That's the thing. We'd only be able to use the camper every other weekend. You follow an RV seller on YouTube? Cool. Cool. But yeah. But I think I'm going to call it a morning. The husband's due home. I wonder how the weather is looking. My daughter just messaged me. Because they're going tubing. We were supposed to go tubing. They changed the time. Okay, I'll check it out, Tammy. We were supposed to go tubing today, except we're getting storms, and they want to go earlier. Scott would have got 3 hours of sleep, and then we would have been at Diamonds. And now they changed it to go tubing at 9 o'clock. Scott don't get home till 7:15. And I'm like, we are not doing that. 3 hours of sleep, we'd been fine, but not less than that. So, yeah, we're going another weekend. And Scott called me on his break last night, and he's like, yeah, tell him to go on without us. I ain't going that early. Be at Diamonds at 9 o'clock in a river. No. So we decided not to go. They say strong storms expected late Wednesday, but we're late Wednesday. The level.
Need a new roof or repair fast?
Sorry. I don't need a damn new roof. I hate commercials. Just into the weather. There we go. 67 degrees. That's cold. Yeah. At 9 o'clock, it had been 77 when that we'd have been there. She wanted to be there by 9:30. 77 degrees in the middle of a river. Yeah. At 1 o'clock, isolated thunderstorms. It's starting throughout the night, and she wants. And I'm looking. Let's see, future. And the spot, she's like, they're not supposed to hit till 3 o'clock. I'm like, yeah, in Green Bay, New London, it hits about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and we're gonna be in the middle of a river. And I'm looking at it right now. Yep, 1 o'clock. The storms are supposed to be in New London. Because that's an hour and a half away from Scott and I, but we're supposed to go on. Yeah, so we're not going tubing. I told Scott my bones are too old to go tubing and some. Oh, is that what you just sent me, Tammy? Okay. All right, here we go. I'll share the link. But here's the camper link. What is this? Oh, wait a minute. That's not what? Oh. You sent me an auction the first time, Tammy. Do you realize that? Here we go. Copy. There we go. Hey, there's the camper link. I don't know what the link, the first one I clicked, it was some sale. Oh, I got to stay out of them. Texas Sparkle Boutique live auction. She's doing it now? Oh, man, that's December 15th. Well, that was weird. Okay. But I'm going to call it in the morning. Yeah, I was like, what? Yeah. The hubby will be home in about 20 minutes. I think I'm going to go take me a relaxing bath with some bubbles. And see, it'll relax me so I can go to sleep because I'm tired. I've been up since 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. 1, 2 o'clock, something like that. And then I told Scott, it took me like 2 hours to feel awake. That's my dream camp link. I'll have to go check it out. Here is Tammy's giveaway she's got going on, everybody. If you guys watch us later, she's having a back to school giveaway. So that's that link. The first link is about the camper site she's talking about. The second link here is her back to school giveaway. So go over and see what she wants you to do. And oh, that could jive. You got a YouTube bag. How'd you get a YouTube bag? That's pretty cool. It says YouTube on it. I see it in the back of your picture. It says YouTube. I listened to this channel the other day. They got some award for being on YouTube and hitting a milestone. I was like, damn, I'm gonna know that so I can do that. I'll never get that, but I don't know what it was, but about so many subscribers and blah blah blah, and they got some award from YouTube or something, some certification certified. I don't know. It was kind of cool to see. Oh, it's a pillow? Oh. Where'd you find that? That's kind of cool. Oh. Now I'm gonna have to wash my hands. I told Scott I'd be an expert at fingerprinting. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, if I ever need to do fingerprinting and if I ever have to be fingerprinted, which I've never been fingerprinted. Oh, I take that back. I was fingerprinted for the military guard. Yep. Now that I think about it. I said I Googled it a long time ago. Oh, cool. I would know how to do it from doing all the stuff I do in my craft room. I could do it myself. I'd tell the officer, just let me do it myself. Give me the ink. Oh, my finger. That's why I changed my channel name to Messy. Tina's Messy Crafty Life, because I ain't shy about getting messy. My mom always said she had to take a picture of me as soon as she put a dress on me, because now 15 minutes later I was dirty. A person gets a play button at 100,000 subscribers. Oh, okay. Is that what it was? I just remember watching it, thinking it was pretty cool, and thinking, "Man, can I accomplish that?" And I went, "Probably not." I always told Scott, I said, if I really want to make money on YouTube, we just got locker nuts to 100K. Yeah, I said we go into paranoia business. It was so much fun. And he goes, "What?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I said, if I really want an awesome YouTube channel, crafting, it depends on crafting, who you are and what you do. I said, we go in and search for ghosts, abandoned buildings. He told me I was plumb crazy. He goes, "You're plumb crazy." I'm like, "Yeah, hauntings." I said, "They get a lot of views." Yeah. And he goes, "You're funny, but you're crazy." I'm like, paranoid. Yep. I said, "You want to see how many are out there?" And he goes, "Really?" So I searched bar, and he's like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "Yeah." Ghosts and houses and stuff like that. He says, "Damn." I'm like, "Yup." He said, "I did the wrong YouTube channel." And he's like, "I ain't going to do that stuff with you." He hates me watching. My husband don't like that kind of stuff. And he's like, "Nope. I'll watch them all the time." And I look for the fishing line. I call him in one day. I'm like, "Scott, check this out. You got to watch this." And he goes, "It's one of your shows. I don't want to watch." I said, "No." I said, "Please just do it." And he's like, "Fine." And so he watched it, and he goes, "This stuff is so stupid," he says. I'm like, "Did you see it?" And he goes, "See what?" I said, "Did you see the fishing line?" He goes, "What?" So I took it back, and I said, "Now look at the cupboard door." And he goes, "Okay." I said, "Watch the cupboard door." So he's watching the cupboard door. And he's concentrating on the cupboard door in the video. And he's so watching it, looking for the fishing line. And that just as the door goes to open, I jerk him, and he jumped, and he goes, and there wasn't any fishing line. I did it on purpose. Cause he goes, he didn't have kind words for me. Let's put it that way. He wasn't. It's like, "You did it on purpose." He goes, I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "Is there a fishing line?" I'm like, "No, there's no fishing line on the cupboard door." he wasn't he wasn't happy with me. He goes, "Oh," I'm like, because he was concentrating, looking for the fishing line. I'm cruel, aren't I? Because because I have this book. Guys, check this book out. I bought this book. I read this book off and on. My son had to carry this book with a bunch of other stuff from a garage sale at the local rec center up the block. It's huge. It says Ghost. This thing is huge. I've been reading it for 6 years. I haven't. Scott doesn't. He doesn't. His theory is if there is life after death, leave him alone. That's what he says. But he doesn't want to mess with that kind of stuff. And I'm always watching those type of videos. Or court TV and murder mysteries and stuff like that. Like I said to Scott one time, I'm like, you better die of natural causes. Knock on wood that it's in about 50 years from now. And make him 100 years old. And, I said, because if you don't die of natural causes and it's mysterious and they have to investigate your death and they come in my craft room and they look at my laptop, my tablet, I am so screwed. I'm going to jail even if I didn't do it to you. And he goes, why? I said, because they look at my history and they see what I'm watching on YouTube or Netflix. I'm going to be screwed because it's all 48 hours, mysteries, court TV, true crime stories. I said, and then I said, ghost stories and paranoia or whatever you want to call it. I said, I'm screwed. I'm going to prison even if I didn't do it. Just because of my laptop. I go to bed watching court TV. I watch Vinny every night. And he always says when he ends his program, hug your kids. Yep. And I'm always watching something. I like my favorite show to this day, and I watch the reruns of CSI Las Vegas. I love that show until Grissom left. I still watched it after Grissom left, but it wasn't the same. And I did watch, and I love my NCIS, Mark Harmon. Oh baby, that man skips. His wife should watch out if I ever run into him. But I've always watched crime TV, always. But I can't find my tablet. I have a tablet that I'd write the case down, and usually if it's a good court case, I'll watch it from the beginning to the end, and I'll try to determine if how close I am to what the jury is. Yep, Criminal Minds was another one I watched. And my record was 12 cases, and I picked 8 of them that they were guilty with with the jury. I was like doing my own little jury thing. And the last one that where I thought the guy was not guilty, actually turned guilty, was here in Wisconsin. And I tried to get into watching what the hell's that dude's name? Oh man, that guy that his wife went and disappeared 70s and now and killed the guy dressed like a woman, a lot of money. What the hell's that dude's name? Dirks or whatever. He's 88, 89 years old, and they're trying him for his best friend's murder. Oh, I can't think of his name right now. I can't watch it. It's just crazy. Robert Durst. That's it. Yeah, I can't. I couldn't watch that one. That's the one that's been on most of the time. Right now, I couldn't get into. I can't handle watching trials that deal with kids' deaths. The one that's on right now live is about the dad that supposedly killed his son, who was like 10 years old, and I can't do it. I can't watch it. I watched the George Floyd one. Yep. Cool. A's. Yeah. I'm always watching something new something for Dahmer. You know, I am in Wisconsin. I just watched a new one on Dahmer not long ago. Ted Bundy, man. Here's another one I watched. Profiling. Makes you think. Who's the? I'm trying to think. Just watched the night. Was it the night? No. The one a guy in California that was just convicted. They finally caught him. Oh, I can't remember the name. And it was many years. And he ended up being a police officer one time. That was interesting. Yeah. I asked my therapist when I went to therapy after my mom died if there was something wrong with me that I liked these programs. And she told me no. I'm thinking, because that. Have you read The Last Victim by Michael Douglas? No. Ooh, I'm be I'm gonna write that down. Get me a pad of paper, Tammy, right now. The Teresa Halbach and Stephen Avery case here in Wisconsin that's on Netflix. We know that family. Okay, The Last Victim. Their cottage, their second home, actually, the Avery, his parents' second home was right down the road from Scott's parents' cottage. Very nice people. I don't know what happened to their son, but yeah, he was the way he was, but his parents were decent people. I will be right back. I'm gonna go open the door for my husband to say good morning, and then I'm gonna. Hey, I'm back. Hey, everybody, leave me. So I need to get back into crafting with my hand. I still can't use my glue with the trigger. I sent a link to the book to the message. You know, the book is true out. Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. I was saying, opening the door for my hubby. If I'm up, I open the door for my husband in the morning. I let him in so he doesn't have to. So I greet him. I greet him like at a restaurant. Hello, honey. How are you? How was your night? If he sits in a truck for a while, I know when I unlock the door, I open the door and I come back in my craft room. Because we have an agreement if he has a bad night at work, that he takes 5-10 minutes of chill down time, because he used to come home at times and he'd be such a grouch at me and I couldn't solve it. So now we made an agreement that if he has one of those types of nights, he takes a few minutes to himself before I talk to him, and he'll sit in the truck and I'll know. And if the door's already open, then I know he has a good night and I greet him. I have a few get back in swing again. See, I went to my doctor for carpal tunnel a year ago because my hand would get up, my fingers would get tingly. I had to wear a brace. I didn't need surgery at the time. He figures down the road I might though. But that's before they figured out I had my sciatica nerve. That was before I started doing the physical therapy with my sciatica. Yeah, it was affecting my fingers and my toes. Yeah, my nerves. So now I went and treated the nerves, not the back. I never did that, guys. Sometimes you have to treat the nerves, not the back. Oh, God. My husband could be a butthead, to be honest with you. And no, we all can, but yeah, at the end, he'd be so frustrated. Since he switched jobs, it hasn't happened too often. Yeah, that's what he said. So he had me, he gave me like wrist brace, like glove. They're like something I remind me of wearing if I went roller skating. I used to wear, you know. But ever since I started treating the nerve, when they started treating the nerves, and then my nerves, it started once in a while. I'll wake up and I have to go like this, or I'll be sitting here and it'll get, especially this one. So I just keep moving my fingers to get like a sleepy feeling, and it starts hurting about right here. And I'll go like this, and I'll start working the nerve. Yeah, I know. But thank God my back is better though. But those are my nerves. That was my sciatica. Best thing I did so far is got those shots. I thought they're hopefully I don't. It's supposed to last 3 years, and it's only been a year. I did throw out my back a few weeks ago though, and then I was worried. But as soon as I did what I was told, and then about a week, and then I'm good. So it's my hips. My hips are bad. Treasure compact. www.mylittleshoebox.com. Over 70 pieces. I don't even know what was in here. But it's kind of cool. Ooh. They do electric probes to test the nerves. Ooh. I went to physical therapy for nerves. You know, I've been to physical therapy for my sciatica probably 6-7 times. And the last time it didn't work. So we went with the shots. And they discovered that one of my discs in my lower back this is screwed up. And that was from the guy that was going to do the shots, who was doing it. Like, did I want to say, ultrasound kind of thing machine. When I was laying on my back, I could see it. And he's like, ooh. And I'm like, what? So, yeah. I had electrical tests, this kind of reminded me of a wood tool. You do the wood burning. It was kind of like that. And he was kind of going along my hips and my back and hitting certain spots where I could feel my nerve jumping. It's really weird. But it hurt, but it felt good. And I did the blood or some stupid test where I had to swallow this crappy taste and stuff. And it wasn't a CT scan though. But it colored your nerves or colored different on a computer screen. Yeah. I know, me too. I do it at home. But I went back. The last time I went back to physical therapy is to introduce 2 different things because of my sciatica was acting up again. So I went to my doctor, and I don't like medication. I would rather find a different alternative than taking painkillers. And so I wanted a refresher on physical therapy. That's why I went back. And there was nothing physical therapy, doing the exercise and all that wasn't doing anything. So that this time around we went with the shots. Yeah, because I fell down my basement steps 11 years ago and broke my tailbone and fractured my hip joint. Yeah, and I didn't go to the emergency room until it was too late. And there's not much you can do for your tailbone anyways, or even a fracture in your hip, for that matter. I had 2 to 3 spots in my hip, but he thinks the one in my one hip was older than from the fall, though, because the way it looked on the scan. But God, I couldn't walk. I'd walk and I'd fall down. Yeah, I'm loony as enough. I don't need painkillers. And so I should have went in right away. And all I thought is, I just bruised myself. Give me a week or so, it'll go away. Well, I'm gonna go. And the only reason I ended up in an emergency room is I was going to the bathroom and I went to grab the toilet paper in front of me, and I bent to grab it. I had to stretch a little bit, and I heard a snap, and my legs started doing this, and I couldn't stand. Then my poor son heard me scream because I fell off the toilet. Shimmied myself back up in my pants. He helped me back in bed. He was freaking out because he's like, I gotta call Mom. I'm gonna call Dad, and I wouldn't let him call Dad. Because I'm like, your dad's at work. Never mind. Just get me the ice pack. I'll be fine. Well, he got me the ice pack, and then he called Diamond because he was freaked out. And Diamond called Scott at work, and I ended up in an emergency room. That's how I ended up in physical therapy. And it's not the first time. I was going to chiropractor. I went to 2 different doctors before this time. I ended up in an emergency room. Scott would stand me up, and I'd crumble. Yep. And they thought I slipped a disc and took x-rays and there was nothing. They did a CAT scan and or MRI, not a CAT scan. I wanted an MRI. And they went through the MRI. I had to see a regular doctor. He went through the MRI until I did physical therapy. And I'll admit physical therapy worked for me. And it was good for the longest time. And then I fell. And this last time I had bursitis. I got bursitis or bursitis. Yeah, that's what my doctor thought. I did have one pocket, but he thought I had more than one. And that's how I ended up getting the shots. But I only had one. Or one little spot that classified it. My toes go numb. Yeah, bursitis. Yep. Yeah. That's how I ended up getting the shots because I went to physical therapy and it wasn't helping. And then what kills me is you have your one doctor says you have it, you have another doctor that says you don't, and then I went to have my shots and that doctor says I have it. So who do you believe? I believe the guy that did this scan and gave me the shots. Yep. Because he's the one who went, oh. And I'm like, what? He goes, you got bursitis. And I'm like, according to the doctor, I don't. My first doctor said I did. The second doctor said I didn't. You're the guy doing the shots. He's like, you do. She never took scans. She just kind of felt me and ordered the shots. Well, then he changed the area. I went in there, I was supposed to have 4 shots. Came out with 7. And it's been good since. So, and I asked him how long these were. I get a shot in my heel about once every 3 years. Yeah. I've heard bad stories. People say, oh, the shots don't work. So far, my shot has worked. I guess they're good for 3 years. So I'm on my first year. It'd be a year. September, August. It's coming up to a year pretty quick for my first year. Because when I went to pick something up a couple weeks ago and threw out my back a little bit. And I thought, oh my God, you know. And mine are in my thigh, in my upper region hip area. I have 2 spots, he said. One he for sure could see on a scan. But that's painful. That's really annoying. And plus I have that disorder where you're laying flat, your legs twitch. But that's what started is I couldn't sleep. I couldn't lay on my side. That's how I ended up going to the doctors. I couldn't take sleeping anymore. I couldn't get to sleep because I couldn't lay. And no matter what, my doctor says lay on your upper side. I give him a look. Vessel disease in the heart. Yeah. I have a heart murmur. And my heart. And I have my heart's good shape though for my family history because I paid for that. I have a heart test done every year. It's actually I ended up skipping it last year because of COVID, but I had it this year back in March. I pay out of pocket. Actually, Scott's Insurance this year covered it as precaution because we have new insurance, and my doctor says, "Well, let's see if they cover it," and they covered. I paid $20 of $120 fee because I usually pay that out of pocket to have my heart test done, where I swallow this ucky stuff and they scan it. I go in this scan and they can see the different veins around my heart and stuff. Because with my mom having a massive heart attack, my brother having a massive heart attack at 38, my dad having heart issues, I was advised to have precautions. So far, my heart's good. But I do have a heart murmur. That's probably everybody they say have heart murmurs. But I have a high heartbeat where it's like, I have it like an extra. My heart beats fast, which could be a concern or not concern, the doc said. I go to the same heart doctor my dad goes to when I am the test. Because I had to fuck that you had that issue, yeah. And then I'm in early stages of overactive nerve disorder. I'm using a short word for it. That's where the tingling in the finger and my toes are coming in effect. But due to the fact I have sciatica, it's hard to determine. Because it could be my nerves or my sciatica. Because I'm always complaining to my doctor about my feet. My feet get tingling. And I'm always having Scott pull my toes. But I've had foot problems all my life. I've had pins in my toes. And I've had bunions. And I did that surgery. And my toes were like this. My mom, and then I had fatty tissue coming out on my. So I had that surgery where they scraped the bone and they scraped some of the tissue. And then after those surgeries, and I'm going to tell you this, my mom was one smart woman. Because if I had both my feet done at the same time, I'd have never went back for the second one. That is the most painful surgery I've ever had is on my feet. And I've had a lot of surgeries. And then got healed from that. And that's how I spent my summer when I was 17 years old. My feet. And then I had pins and put in all my toes that stuck out. And then they were all, I always say boarded up because the pins were supposed to try to straighten out my toes. And then each one had a brace on it. And that's how I spent my summer when I was 17. I had the first surgery cut in this fatty tissue in the bone. And then I had the pins in. I look like I'm wearing Frankenstein boots all summer. But I tell you, my feet were. I'd have another child before I'd have my feet operated on again. God, that was painful. And I've had 8 surgeries on my eyes. I remember I kept on hitting stuff in my Frankenstein boots. I told my grandpa would have to run me up to an emergency room because I tore a stitch or two. That he finally had it. That he brought me home, put me on the couch, and told me he'd be back in half an hour. If I stay on the couch, and even he says, "Don't you move from the couch." I'm like, "What if I have to go to the bathroom?" He said, "Pee your pants." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Stay on that couch. I'll be back in 20 minutes." And he took my Frankenstein boots, as I called them. And so I couldn't walk anyways. He came back. He took empty liter soda bottles. He put them on the top front of my Frankenstein shoes and duct taped the living hell out of them that my toes were protected because I swear that coffee table moved when I'd walk. That's what I'd hit. I'd always hit the top of my toes on something when I would walk, and I'd move a pin or I'd break a stitch. I'd have to go in. I bet you 6-7 times he had to take me in. That he finally had it. That he doctored my boots off. I remember when I got back in for a checkup, the doctor goes, "What the hell?" He goes, "Haven't been in an emergency room, have we, in 3 weeks?" And the doc goes, "No, we haven't." And he goes, "There's a reason why." I quit hitting everything. Yep, cut those soda bottles in half and duct taped them around the boot. Protect my toes. Yeah, it was miserable. What sucked is I was always a swimmer and I couldn't go swimming that year because I lived next to a river. Hi, Jennifer. I live next to the Connell River that runs through Wisconsin. And I'd spend days fishing or going swimming or working. And that was the most miserable summer that year. I didn't have a job because I always worked for a farmer. And I made good money. God, I made good money farming. And then fishing, I could still go fishing, but I couldn't go swimming. But God, that was a miserable summer. But I'm glad my mom made me have both feet done because I'd have never went back to have the second one. If I only had one done at a time, oh hell no, I'd have lived with that. Yeah. They thought it was my knees until my mom we went to the knee specialist. I'll never forget that. The doctor had my mom go to a knee specialist with me because I kept falling down. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I was trying to do this box and the glue's not sticking because of the shiny part, so I have to figure out what I'm gonna do. And the paint's not staying. Well, yeah, see, look at the paint's coming off because they're shiny. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. That's what started this video. Thank you, Tammy. And I did some other stuff, and then I did these, Jennifer. And now we're just kind of chatting. Yeah. So chatty now. We're chatting. Thank you, Tammy. Tammy just bought me some Delusion paint down the road, guys. I'm getting funny. Can you tell I'm getting tired? Actually, I tell you, me and Scott's anniversary is next month. And I said to him, "What do you want for your what do you?" This was a night of insomniac. Yeah, exactly. He says to me, "What do you want? What are we going to do for our anniversary? What do you want?" I'm like, "What do you want for your anniversary?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, "I know what I want for my anniversary." And he goes, "And how much is it going to cost me?" He says. And I go to my joggles and I have all this stuff in the joggles cart, and I think it's like $80. And it's all Delusion Christmas stamps, okay, that came out. And I said, "That's without shipping." He goes, "Okay, just order it and say happy anniversary." And I'm like, "Okay, what are you going to get?" He goes, "I haven't known yet. He goes, "I have to go up the road to the man mall." And so we haven't bought each other. This is funny. This is what's funny about the story. It's me and Scott usually never buy each other anniversary presents. We'll go out to dinner. We'll go out to dinner. We have a nice dinner, but we don't buy gifts for each other. And we did when we were first married, but we get to an age where now if we want something, we just go buy it. Even at Christmas, I buy my own Christmas presents. I do sneak. He does. And he buys his own Christmas present, but we sneak in at least one little gift that we don't know about to each other. But so he goes, "You already had your anniversary planned, did you?" And I'm like, "Yep." And I said, as soon as Delusion came out with Christmas, I'm like, "Yep," went over to Joggles and put it in the cart. He's just, so I'm like, "What are you going to buy?" He says, "I don't know. I have to go to the hardware store." He's like, "What do I want?" Because the last time, not the last time. He came home, he says, "You want to see what you bought me?" I don't remember his birthday, Father's Day, whatever the hell. I bought him a leaf blower. I think it was a leaf blower. Yeah. I'm like, "Oh, okay." We're to that age. I don't know what to get him anymore. Christmas is really fun with us, though. And then he has Diamond do, and then he wants to. I laugh because I always put things in a wish list on Amazon, So for Saint Nick, he got me that pen set. He had Diamond go order it, and then Diamond's not thinking, and she ordered it through my name because Diamond has all my information. She just went in and then she used my card because it's on file. So, and I'm like, "What the hell am I getting from Amazon?" So of course I went in and I knew it was coming. I'm like, he tried to pull. They didn't work that one out too good on their end. So I said, so who'd you buy the pins? I said, and I knew Diamond did it. Scott doesn't. I said, so who'd you buy the pen set for? Scott goes, how do you know you're getting it? I'm like, you shouldn't have. I said, I get having Diamond go into my Amazon to see what's in my Amazon, but you should have her order it in her name. Yeah, see, I got Scott. Where Scott used to work, there was a Subway. So one year I got a gift card with $50 on. So on his way to work or in between, he could go run on the Subway. I did that for his birthday one year. You know, because I get him a gift card to, I call it the Man Mall, which is it's a Midwest store called Fleet Farm. I call it the Man Mall. I could lose Scott in there for a long time. Only thing is, it's not next to anything I shop at. So if we go in that direction, I get dropped off at Michael's because that's pretty near, about 4 blocks from the Fleet Farm. So if I know he's going to Fleet Farm, I'm like, drop me off at Michael's. And then and then about an hour later, I'll get a phone call. I'm on my way back to pick you up. Okay. But I get him a gift card to the Man Mall. Yeah, what is it with men in socks? Scott always tells me that too. I buy the boys socks every Christmas. Sam, my son-in-law, looked forward to getting socks from me at Christmas. And this past Christmas, I didn't do it, and he's like, no socks? So I felt bad. I went and bought him socks after Christmas. And see, Diamond keeps up the tradition. She didn't do it this year because I pouted. My mom would buy clearance stuff. And in my Easter basket, I'd get Christmas socks or Valentine's socks or St. Patrick's socks. So she'd always buy those decorated socks after the holiday. And then I'd get, like, at Christmas, I'd get probably Easter socks. And it was this joke that she always did this. And when my mom passed away, it was, I missed that. So now Diamond does it. But Diamond usually buys for the holiday. That's the holiday. She doesn't buy them after fact. But I realized that was one of the things that hit me the year after that first Christmas after my mom died. And I was sitting by myself and I started crying and I knew it was going to be a hard Christmas. And Diamond was a teenager. Scott asked me what was wrong. I said, I didn't get no socks this year. And he knew exactly what I was talking about because I still got Easter baskets when I was even an adult for my mom. I do that with my kids too. I know. I don't think my husband thinks it's strange, but my mom always did Easter baskets for all of us. She'd even sneak it. She tried to sneak in my house and hide them, but I'd always catch her. But the hell was I saying? So now Diamond buys me socks, which I gave her crap this year because I didn't get any at Christmas, so she bought them after Christmas. I'm like, I didn't get no socks. And she went, oh, shoot. So then about 2 days later, Amazon showed up with Christmas trucks on. I'm like, I was just kidding, Diamond. She goes, no, she goes, no, that is something I want to do for you. And usually she lets the kids pick them out. That's why she goes, I usually let the kids pick them out. That's why I'm like, because I always tell her, I said, why didn't you buy them after Christmas? She goes, because I'll let the kids pick them out for you, Mom. I'm like, okay. I got even turkey ones for Thanksgiving. But, yeah. Yep, socks, always. Sam was so funny when he didn't get his socks. He pouted like he was a 5-year-old little boy. I didn't get my socks. Yep. So I went and bought him socks after the fact. I didn't get new socks. And he does. And Sam's one of these that I always have him. I always take pictures because he likes certain socks. He doesn't even care about the brand, but the length. He likes the ink. He likes the halfway up the bit to go over his work boots. Scott likes the calf ones, but Scott doesn't like, or Sam doesn't like the full calf. Or my husband likes the ones that go up to his calf. Sam's like her halfway. But yeah. So what's the next holiday? Labor Day, isn't it? I have to go order Allie's Christmas birthday present. And then we're getting Allie, and then she's getting half her birthday present. And then in 3 weeks to a month, we're going to take her to the chicken farm. And because Booyah got attacked by an animal and died, and Allie wants another chicken. So that's what me and Scott are going to get her for her birthday, is we're going to take her to the chicken farm in Appleton. I already talked to the guy. And we don't want a brand new chick, but we don't want a way old one either, because she wants to raise it. So he's like, yep, come in. I have them born all the time. He's thinking about 2 months old would be a good age for Allie for the chicken. Chicken will be about 2 months old and $16 for a chicken. I didn't think that was bad. I expected $40 some. Nope. He says between about $15 to $20. And he has the same kind Booyah was, which is actually the expensive chicken. And he sells them for $20. So we're gonna get her a chicken. And all that, but we're redoing the coop. We want to get the coop redone. And he sent me pictures. The guy was really nice when I called. And he sent me a bunch of pictures how to redo the coop so an animal can't get in the coop. So I forwarded it to Diamond, and Sam and Scott are going to build it so that the animal can't get into it. We think it was a raccoon because it was able to open the door. And they're clever because he's like, and when I described what happened to Booyah, he said it sounded like a raccoon. Yep. Poor Booyah. Now I laugh so hard. Diamond sends me a picture. She goes, look what showed up in my yard. Because Booyah, the chicken, just wandered in Diamond's yard. And it was so friendly that nobody claimed it. So that Allie loved it. So they bought it a coop, and it was a pet. And Allie, thank God Allie didn't find it. So we're happy about that. So now she has a cat that wandered in her yard. And they caught it in the garage eating the dog food. And Diamond said she noticed that she got a brand new bag of dog food, and that it was like, because she's like, Mom, I think that damn raccoon is in my garage. Get in the garage. She was like, why? She goes, I bought a brand new bag of dog food, and they got 2 dogs, so they buy big ass bags, but she can't pour it in the metal. They have a metal or a garbage can. They pour the dog food in. She says, I just got it. I didn't get it. Have Sam dump it in the garbage can that they use. She goes, went in the next morning. In the bag, it looked like somebody got, like an animal got in and opened the bag. She goes, and I'm thinking, how the hell did this animal get into this room? And it's the damn raccoon. Because they saw raccoon tracks. Sam found raccoon tracks around the chicken pen. Well, then, they had a garage open yesterday, and she looks over and hears a cat eating some of the dog food that was still on the floor in her garage that she didn't sweep up yet. All right, Jennifer. And they have a stray cat that thinks that Diamond says, I think that's what, because she went right to the spot where the garbage was. Diamond watched her. She came through the back door. That's her garage back door. That's all usually kids leave open all day. Wandered in, walked right up to where that bag of dog food was, and started eating the pebbles. So Diamond says, I wonder if she got in by Jennifer during the night or during the day, hid or something, and the door got closed because they're letting the dogs in and out all the time. So now I sent her a message. I messaged her when she told me. She goes, "Now I'm feeding a damn cat," she says. And I sent her a message, and she's laughed her butt off because she even posted it on her Snapchat or whatever. Because she sent me a picture, and I'm like, "Whose cat's that?" And she goes, "I guess it's a stray cat, and then that we're taking care of." She won't go near anybody. She will not go near anybody. And I said, "Well, Diamond," I said, "once they're feral, they're hard to catch and harder to um, make it a regular household pet." But she goes, "I'm not going to let it starve." And I said, "No." She goes, "And I can't catch it to even turn it over, so I might as well feed it." So she has water out there for the cat, and she gave it dog food, but she's going to pick up some cat food for it. She gave her a can of tuna. But I laugh. I messaged her. Come on. She sent me a picture. And I went, because I laughed. And I messaged her, "See that house over there with the 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a pool? They take in wandering animals, and they will feed you too." Because that's how they ended up with Booyah. Hi, Candy. So now she's feeding a stray cat. She goes, "Mom, I'm you." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "You told me if you lived in the country, you'd probably feed every stray animal in a 10-mile radius. I had a chicken wander in my yard. I ended up keeping it. And now I have a stray cat I'm feeding because I feel bad." She goes, "And I can't get the cat." And then she goes, "What am I going to do with the cat?" So they've been feeding the cat for 3 days. They finally got a picture of it today. Yep. And she's coming back. Diamond says every day the cat shows up to eat, but she won't go near anybody. But Diamond said, "You can tell I've been feeding her because the cat looks healthier." I said, "She eventually might come up to you, Diamond. So you have an outdoor cat wandering in the neighborhood." It's because it kills me that nobody has collars. She's like, "What gets me?" Yeah. She needs to trap and release. Thing is, she's in a country. So, like, when she called, because she called the police, they don't have the animal control out there. She called the police, and the police told her that don't worry about it. That's what she was told. Yep, don't worry about it. Yep. Because they live in a country. So that's what they were told. Don't worry about it. Because she called, they don't have they have police to handle their animal issues out there. Yep. Yep, she got told not to worry about it. So she said, "I'll at least feed it." Yeah. She goes, "Mom, I called because she lives out at night on a reservation. They don't have animal control like in a city. You have to call the police department." And they told her not to worry about it. It wasn't an issue. So Diamond said, "I ain't gonna let this cat starve." So she's feeding it. But what really gets Diamond, she's like, "Why do people have animals when they don't have collars on them and they don't go looking for their animals?" I said, "They may have just took a ride and dropped it off because they didn't want it." She goes, "Oh, I never thought of that. Because it's only been hanging around." She said she's seen it like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. She'd never seen it before until 2 weeks ago. And I said, "It's been hungry." And she made her way into your garage that had dog food. Because she's like, could you think the cat could attack my chicken?" I'm like, "I don't think so." I said that was a raccoon. Or else just feeding a cat. I told her I want goats. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to get Allie a baby chicken for her birthday. And she's also doing a chicken class. The guy offers how to raise a chicken. And she doesn't know we're doing this. We're actually taking Diamond Sand. We're all doing it as a family. We're just doing it. Diamond's buying more than one, but we're covering the cost of Allie's chicken for her birthday. They have a chicken class. So they're taking a chicken class. And just dump them off as they grow. Yep. And we want about 2 months old chicks we're going for. We figure that's a good age, that they still little enough, and that Allie's joining, she is joining 4-H this year. And she wants to raise the chicken for 4-H. Not from egg, not from chick. About 2 months old. So we're taking her to a chicken farm. I called the guy. He was a very nice man who answered the phone. And gave me suggestions on the chicken pens so that the raccoons won't get in it. Offered the chicken class for kids. So I thought it was kind of cool. It's like, so we have to make an appointment. He told me to call so that he can make sure somebody's around to talk to the kids about how to handle a chick, what to feed a chicken, and blah 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 blah. I thought it was cool, so I told them, and I'm like, I'm gonna put the kids in a chicken class. It's only $3 per kid. She's like, what? And I said, yeah, the guy offers a chicken class for $3, so you know how to raise your chicken. I was like, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, so I'm gonna sign the kids up so they can know how to take care of their chickens. I thought it was kind of cool. And I want to go pet. And he raises chickens and he has goats too, because he's like, we also have goats. I'm like, oh my god, but no. I said I want to pet them, but I ain't buying one. Because if Diamond lived in a spot, she'd have all sorts of animals. I'd have chickens if I could have. I could have chickens in the city here. We're allowed up to 3 chickens, but my landlord said no. Because when I first moved in where I am, I swear I was losing my mind. And I finally asked the lady in her backyard, I'm like, do you have chickens? She's like, yeah, I got 5. 2 roosters or a rooster and 3 hens. I'm like, you can have chickens in the city? She goes, yeah, up to 5. I'm like, man, really? So I asked my landlord, and he said no. So if I get the Scott's dads, I'm getting chickens. I'm gonna get a chicken. I'm gonna get a coop and a whole 9 yards. Yep, I can hear them once in a while. And when I first moved here, I thought I was losing my freaking mind, because I didn't expect to hear chickens in the city. Yep, so we're doing that in a few weeks. And I fixed the coop, make sure it's raccoon proof. We're moving it to a different spot also. And then we're trying to figure out what to do in the winter. And that's another thing. I was talking to the guy, and he was going to tell them, I can't either. I had a girlfriend. I turned my girlfriend in for animal cruelty. Because this is a woman that would get dogs, and then she'd turn them over to the Humane Society constantly. Then I finally, because I got a call from the Humane Society. She used my name. She got her ass in trouble. She used my name because you're only allotted so many times to turn animals in, that she used my name to turn in an animal, and I got a bill in the mail. And I went to Humane Society going, I don't know who this is. I don't know what this is. So they reviewed their camera, and it was my friend Grace. We no longer talk for that. She don't talk to me because she said I should have just did it. I should have been okay with it. And I'm like, you used my name to turn in an animal, and I got a bill for $45. Well, I would have paid it. I'm like, first of all, you never even asked me. You just went ahead and did it. So she can't own animals, bro. She can't own any animals. They'd randomly check up on her for the longest time because she get animals, and when she get tired of them, she drop them off at the pound, the Humane Society. So she started using random people's names when she get tired of them. And lucky for cameras, because I'm like, I don't have a dog. I'm like, at that point in time, I only had a cat. I'm like, I've never owned a dog. I said, living in Green Bay, I've never had a dog. So I'm like, I'm fighting this. Somebody used my name. Because you used to have this place where you just walk in and you put them in a little cage thing and you could just sign the paper and walk out. And then well, it got changed. You can't do it that way anymore. Because I'm like, who the hell has a system like that? I remember I said, I said, take me to court. I'm going to take you to court. I did not do this. You didn't, where's the ID to prove that I did this? And the guy goes, well, we have cameras. And I'm like, well, then get it on camera. And when he did the camera, he goes, yeah, that's not you. Hello. And I'm like, well, I know who it is. Yep. And then she ended up getting in trouble. She got she got a fine. I know her $45 cost her over $500. So, yep. I remember telling a humane site, who has a place, a walk-in place where you can, I say, just drop an animal off and put it in a cage. Well, we did that because so many animals were being dropped off in the community. I'm like, they're going to drop off these animals regardless. I get it, but it's just so stupid. Now somebody's there 24 hours. There was nobody there. So now they have a person that's there when you drop off the animals. But yeah, I can't handle. It's like a child. How can you beat a child? And I think it's just sad. I remember when I got my dog, my brother's dog, when my brother passed away in a car accident. I was worried about his dog, and I said I was going to keep his dog. And it was like a week after my brother's funeral and all that. My dad brought the dog down, and we fenced in. We had a fenced in yard except between the garage and our house. So Scott made a gate. That dog jumped over the fence, and got out, and chasing. So my dog ended up at the Humane Society. I was looking for the dog, sitting in a corner, crying my eyes out. Because you're talking within 2 weeks after my brother died. Guy comes walking up. He goes, are you okay, honey? I said, yeah, my dog got out. I don't know what to do. He goes, was it a Springer Spaniel? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, oh. He goes, it just got picked up by Humane Society, honey. And he goes, I'm the one that called it in. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And he goes, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't hear anybody. He goes, well, you can go get your dog, sweetie. It's nothing. And then I said, it's my brother's dog who just died in a car accident. And then he felt bad. I'm like, no, that's okay. New owner, lesson learned. And I get to Humane Society, and they wanted shot records and all this. And I'm sitting there still crying. I told the guy, I don't know, I said, and I explained it. And the guy they were cool. They didn't charge me for not having a shots or license. They only charged me $15 for the bath they gave her and the tick bath. They gave her a bath and all that. I remember finding her going, what are you doing here? She got all excited to see me. That's when I discovered that dog could jump, because you know what? Got back home. She did it again. Immediately. Went to the same guy's yard. Here was rabbits. You'd see the rabbits. Yep. So I had to watch her. I had to go out with her. We couldn't let her go out. I had to put her if I let her outside, I had to be out there with her or chain her up. God. But I'd whistle and she'd come right back. After that, I know where every time she'd get out on me, she'd be in that guy's yard because the rabbits. Yep. But she got Lyme disease on me after I even had all the shots and everything. She got really sick on me. She had Lyme disease. And we don't know how it happened because we took her to the vet. She had all the shots for it. But she got it. She got real weak then. But I'm going to let you guys go. I've been chit-chatting here for a while, not crafting. It's been one of those nights. Insomniac night, I tell you. I really could go for pancakes. Man, oh, French toast. Oh, I might go make me some French toast. But I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight, even if I didn't accomplish much. Had a good chat, though. Been a while since I just sat here and chatted. So I will talk to you all later. It is Wednesday. Make sure you check out the hashtag 30 days of pocket letters, because that's going up today at 2 o'clock my time. You never know what's going to be in one of those videos, so that's a hint for the future. Yeah. I have breakfast. Okay, I don't know. I'm not a breakfast person in the morning. I love breakfast foods. I'll make pancakes for dinner. Scott's come home to work, and I had a whole breakfast for him. He loves it. Because I'm a munchy person in the morning. I can't eat right away when I wake up. I never could. So my grandpa would always make me have something. But to this day, I call it brunch. Because I'll be up at 8 o'clock and I won't have something to eat until like 11. I don't eat breakfast. It's supposed to be the most important meal of the day, and I don't. But I'll make breakfast for supper. Like tonight, I have an inkling for pancakes or French toast. I'm too tired to make it now. I might make that for supper tonight. I did that once a week with the kids. We'd have breakfast, because I always made sure my kids had breakfast, even if it was a bowl of cereal or a bowl of oatmeal. But I'd have the big breakfasts for dinner. We'd do that once a week when the kids were growing up. And Diamond, she does that too. Because Sam, you could tell different childhoods. Because Sam talks about his childhood. My son-in-law didn't have the best childhood either. His parents were gamblers, so as bad as living with an alcoholic is the way I look at it. Their kids would starve, but they'd always have money to go to the casino, So he wasn't used to these sit down at the dinner table and have meals. Even with Scott working the shifts he'd work, Scott would have to be to work for 5:30. We'd have our dinner at 4 o'clock so we could sit down with him and have a dinner. So we always ate early. The kids would get home from school, and an hour later we had supper, especially when Scott was working, so that we still had that family dinner. My kids remember I would make breakfast for supper, because they'd be like, "You never do this in the morning, Mom." I'm like, because I got I said, you guys have your cereal. I said, I get up with you. I make sure you eat. I said, but do the sausages, this pancakes and all that. Because I never slept at night. I don't know what it is. I've always been a night owl. I'd stay up all night, get my kids off to school, make sure they got to school, and then I'd go sleep. It's always been that way, because I always work third shift. Most of my jobs always were at night. I think I'd be still up in the middle of the night, and then my grandpa would come walking through to go to the bathroom, because before we remodeled the cottage at my great grandparents' home, I had the bedroom, but the bathroom was in the bedroom. That's how it was. Why they did that for my great grandmother, who was in a wheelchair, because my mom said in the 1960s that my uncle actually put a bathroom toilet in my great grandparents' homestead. All those years, my great grandparents used the outhouse until my Uncle Chancy, when my great grandmother, became wheelchair bound, and that she didn't want it. It took, my grandfather told me, took years for her to use it, or a while for her to use it. She'd wheel her wheelchair out to the outhouse, after it was put in a homestead. I call it the homestead. Well, the way they built it in her bedroom. I mean, ooh, yeah. And so for the longest time when I moved in with my grandfather, after my grandmother died, my grandparents were building their dream house when my grandma died. So my grandfather sold it. And the agreement between my great uncle and my grandfather is my grandfather could live in the homestead, which was his parents' resident house, until the day he died because my uncle owned it. My great uncle Chansey was the one son that had the money. He used to work for Elmer's Chalmers tractors. They used to build tractors years ago in Milwaukee. He made good money because he designed them. He's the only one who went to college too. So the agreement was they each got a chunk of property from my great grandparents. He got the homestead extra if he paid for the funerals of his parents. That's how my great uncle got the homestead, which now my cousin owns. Right, but he let my grandfather move in there after my grandmother passed away. An agreement was between the brothers that he could live there until he died. My grandfather died, and he did. But my grandpa, they remodeled it. Him and my uncle remodeled it, and they moved the bathroom to a whole different room. But my grandpa would have to come through the bedroom where he gave up the one bedroom that had a door because I was a girl. He slept in a room that didn't have, you could see out the kitchen that just was a bed. I can't believe they raised 3 boys in this place because it was one bedroom. They all were in the basement. And I used to say to my grandpa, tinkle, tinkle. He'd be like, bugs are supposed to be sleeping because it would, all the bathroom was one wall and one of those old things on the runner where you'd close the door. That's the reason he decided to remodel the house and move the bathroom because he said he didn't feel comfortable. My grandpa would literally go out to the outhouse, except in the winter. Then he'd use the toilet in the house. But I laugh at that now. My cats love chocolate ice cream and they live to be 21 and 23 years old. It's different for cats. See, my Lucy likes yogurt. I don't know if it's good for her. I'm not a big yogurt eater, but once in a while I have yogurt and she's right there. I give her a little bit in a dish. I don't know if it's good for her or not. The other night she was in here talking to me. I ended my video talking to my cat because she came in here meowing. I laughed because my cat, Lucy girl, it was so funny because Scott was in here. My window got stuck shut. Okay. Is it? Okay. It's Greek yogurt. I don't buy it too often because I'm not a big yogurt eater, but at least I buy it once in a while because I crave it, so I go buy it. Because I'm lactose intolerant. I can't drink milk. I never could. Once in a while I want some yogurt, but she likes yogurt. I open it and she's like, I said, what the hell? Do you know how I got this? But Lucy, Scott tell you she's my cat. I tell everybody she's Scott's cat because that cat only knows I'm alive when I'm horizontal. But Scott finally figured that out. He goes, it's the only time you're not moving when you're in bed. I'm like, oh yeah. So, but that cat, she'll be in the room with me, but she's across on the other side. Is on the chair just chilling. Last week, Scott's in here. My window got stuck from all the rain, and I couldn't get the window open. It swelled up. And I'm a blonde. This is when you know Tina's really blonde. I'm like, Scott, I can't get the window open. He goes, what? I said, it's swelled shut. I don't know how to get it undone. He walks over. He takes the screen out. He hits it with his fist, and it didn't go right away. So he went and got a hammer, with the mat hammer or whatever, Used that on it, and it popped it right over. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't figure out. I said, I went outside to try to get that open. Never thought about taking the screen off and doing what he did. I was like, oh my God, blonde Millie. But that cat, little stinker, jumped up on my table. So I'm like, what are you doing? Like, oh, Daddy's in here, so I can be on my mama's craft table. So I took pictures of her and wrote about it. Little stinker. My book's almost done started it in February. I don't got much left in here. And I can start a new one. Oh, cool. Really? Aw. See, my husband spoils her. Oh. Yeah, my husband spoils Lucy. He'll tell you, I buy your toys. She greets him at the door. She's there right with me. And she meows like he's been gone for years. And she can tell when he's on days and when he's on nights because he can't find her. She'll look for him. So I don't know what it was. Was it yesterday? No, oh yeah, July, 13th. I was looking at pictures of my kids when they were little. And and these are my treasures. I told Diamond, they're in a little, I have more, they're up in a little Rubbermaid. I said, of anything in my craft room, these is what I want you guys to keep because there's all sorts of things in here about the kids. See, when did I hurt my back? The 29th of May. See, I wrote about it. The kids. So I decided to do a page in here because Diamond may look through this, but it's almost done. So I have a feeling she won't look through it until when I'm gone. So I wrote in here, this is my kids, this is my son and daughter. And I said, hopefully when you both see this, I am gone and much older than I am right now that while I'm writing this. That maybe when you find this, you will share if one of you find this page, you will share with the other one. And maybe at that time, one of you are missing me. I hope. I want you both to know I did not do much with my own life, education. You know that I quit high school. But you two have accomplished so much in your lives that I'm very proud of you. But the one thing I accomplished in my own life and the proudest moment of my life was the moment I realized I was pregnant with both of you. And in the day that you were born, I have enjoyed each and every day that I was your mom. And so when you find this and I'm long gone, I want you guys to know, no matter where I am, I will always love the both of you very much. And know wherever I am can never change that. Love, Mama. And I wrote that in here. So when I'm gone, and they come across that one page, then they'll have a personal little message from me. So this is I call these my legacy books. Because I write about the kids. I write about what I did with the kids. The cat. They can see my life. It's kind of, with the Hobby Lobby. Diamond, I went and saw Diamond at work. Like back here is their vacation when they were on vacation. Out to dinner, the COVID. It started during COVID when I started this. Our birthdays, Coda. It's me and Scott out to dinner. Easter. And then when the kids went to Hawaii, or when Diamond Sam went to Hawaii, I did the whole book, or that whole week they were with me. Sometimes I took pictures. Other days I just wrote about it. And then like me and Scott went and borrowed Sam's bike and we went for a motorcycle ride. Scott and I haven't been on a bike since I bet you Xavier was 3 years old. And he's 25 or 24. So it's been a while. I laughed. I said to Scott, I haven't been. When I got on Sam's bike and we were going down the road, we were first stop sign. I said, this got in his ear. I'm like, wow, I haven't been your bitch for a long time. I said, Mother's Day, kids on soccer. When we went and I went to the cemetery and cleaned my mom's stone because my mom's stone's in the ground and the grass was covering it. So when Scott and I went up there and did it around so the grass quit growing over it, and I made my kids promise me to always check my mom's stone because I hate my mom's stone. My stepfather bought that stone, and I want to replace it. I want an upright like Scott's parents. So we both went and saw our moms, and I wrote about that. And then I drew this tree and did a little painting. Never forget the ones who've gone before us. Kids, me crafting with the kids, Lucy being sick. It's just random. I don't do it daily because I don't have much of life daily. But I do it when I do something that's, my Riley graduating from 4K, Leah and prom. So I wrote about that. Coda having his best friend over. Just the kids being funny. Bay Beach on Father's Day. Booyah passing away. Coda's birthday. Their last soccer game, and they got their little medallions. And then I started. This is new. I wish I did this in May, but in June, the last day of June, I wrote about kind of a little summary. Coda's congratulations when he got picked for his soccer team, because this is scrimmage. The soccer that the kids played this year was basically a scrimmage where he actually got picked for the soccer team this year starting in September. Yeah. It's 21-22 soccer season. I think Dema says it's September. 4th of July. The cat being on my desk, and of course the kit. I wrote about that in the kids' book. And then I told Diamond, you might want to look in this. Because I took Diamond look inside, you never know what's in there. She goes, why? I said, because I've been sticking random stuff in here. You never know, there might be money left in here. She's like, oh, okay. But these is, and I have pages where I write what's on my mind and how I feel and what's going on. Because I don't have a lot to leave my kids, but I want to at least leave them something. And I think one of the best things I ever found after my mom passed away was in a recycling paper. It was my mom's handwriting of the checklist. It's one of my favorite treasures. It's in a scrapbook. But I got a few pages left in this one, and I'll be starting. I'm hoping to have it finished in the next few days, so by August I can start a new one. My son probably won't treasure them though. But I think it'd be cool if my grandkids are like 25 years old and they discover these books. They're like, pull out a Nana book and say, what did Nana, let's see. And then they see this random picture of them when they were little. And they're like, oh my God, look how little was. Look how little Riley was. And what were we doing? We made those bobblehead puppies. I remember doing that. Do you remember doing that? That's what my thought process is. But I'm going to call it. I will talk to you all probably sometime today. I don't know. I'm going to go take me my bubble bath now, which I said I was going to do a while ago. And I'm really yappy. I'm really talkative. You can tell I'm really tired. I get like that when I'm tired. I get chatty. And thank you all for hanging out with me. I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday. Please look forward to my pocket letter video that will be out at 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. Make sure you go check out my channel, mine, Sabrina, and Patty. All you do, put in a search bar, hashtag 30 weeks pocket letter, and all of us come up. That's pretty cool how that works. So, as always, be happy, be kind, be safe, be funny, be crafty, and bye for now, everybody. It's okay, Chatty's fine. Yeah, I'm a chatterbox. That's what I get for lack of sleep. Yeah, see, I can't even talk. Bye, Sabrina. Bye, everybody. Bye, Tammy. Bye, Candy. I don't know who else is in here, but bye, everybody, and have a good day. I'm going to be getting bad weather, so who knows? You may not see me. Last time we got storms like this in Wisconsin, I lost my power. I want to start painting in my area. There you go, Tammy. Go for it. I tell everybody they can do craft. All right, guys. Bye. Good night.